think of
starring
that.
Will Ortner.
I like it. Ooh, it's so Will Ortner's like the Andy Richter of the Schulte and Schad show. See,
When I figure out who Andy Richter is,
you're way better. You're way better than him. He's kind of
He's
more
the
bitter.
guy. He's the
way
guy
better.
from
way
Andy-
better than
Andy
him.
Richter is from.
That's not the Conan guy, is it?
It is
No,
the
it is
Conan
Conan,
guy.
yeah.
Oh, I'll take
I
that.
was
That
gonna
guy's
say
funny.
Kimmel,
He
but
makes
that
me
was- yeah.
laugh.
He is pretty funny. I would say he's probably out of all those. I don't even watch late night TV anymore. I don't really know what's going on with it. But if there are sidekicks still, I do feel like Andy Richter would have been the best out of the group, even still on TV today.
I think the only one still going around is Richter, or not Richter, Guillermo with Jimmy Kimmel, right?
Yeah,
That's it. Everyone else is kind of gone.
man, late night TV is you don't watch it anymore because be real, it kind of sucks. Like,
right?
I mean, there used to be a time to where you had your show, you know, whether it was Conan or Tonight Show, you know, with Leno or Letterman. Like everybody
Had
had
your
that.
guy.
Even at a point like Arsenio Hall. Like I'm a 90s kid, you know, for the most part. So Arsenio Hall was super cool.
You're talking
late
about
night TV.
the peak of the late night wars.
Absolutely, man. So now it's like I don't really care. It's not as cool anymore. There's nobody that I want to see talk about whatever they're. And if I do want to see somebody talk, I'll watch Club Shay Shay, or I'll watch, you know, one of the many podcasts that are out right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everything, visual access that we've got to our favorite athletes now, stars, people that we've seen on TV now that are like doing their own shows in like another format, so we get to see them kind of unfiltered. Yeah, that seems to be where a lot of the news gathering happens nowadays, as opposed to traditional formats.
Listen, if you were going to school for journalism and you wanted to be on TV or work in the media in some way, like I think those days are coming to an end because athletes are starting to be able to tell their own stories now, you know.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh,
In
no,
fact,
it's not.
I
And
want that inside info.
It's entertaining, like
constantly.
I'm not sure, Will, if you've seen, but Jeff Teague might be the funniest person on earth.
That dude is hilarious, and he's also one of the like rare athletes that is totally okay being like, I wasn't that good in this situation,
Man,
and
self-awareness
this happened.
is huge.
Right? Like he doesn't have to get into the whole Paul Pierce or Ron Artest or not Gilbert Arenas, excuse me, where it's like I was so great, and it's like, well, dude, you were pretty good, you were okay, like
Yeah.
you're fine.
Yeah.
You were slightly above mid.
Yeah, he's great about saying, bro, I was trash in this game. I knew I wasn't gonna be able to guard him. I knew he was gonna lose. Like, that's an honest take from people. Like you said, most athletes are going to tell you how much greater they are than everybody else. So if you haven't get a chance to watch, man, I don't know the actual name of his podcast, but he is comedy gold.
I'm trying to remember the last time I even like cared about late night TV. But it was God. I mean, we're talking like a decade plus. I mean, it's been a while. I watched Conan like right before he took over the Tonight Show in college, and then Jimmy Fallon eventually. You know that all happened after Jay Leno and him had their snuff out, and essentially YouTube for like 2 years I felt like was just a collection of Jimmy Fallon clips from late night, or maybe that was just my crappy algorithm, but that turned me off so much to late night television. I'd so much rather be binging The Office for like the 100th time.
Well, I don't know if there's an easier show to binge than The Office,
That's
like
true.
over and over and over again. You
Your
know,
comfort show.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's your comfort show?
Oh my gosh. It's The Office is up there. Like, I'll be honest, The Office is one of those shows that it ranks pretty high up there. I'd probably say Martin. Like, I can put Martin on and watch from the first 4 seasons. Fifth season, not so much, but the first 4 seasons and watch them over and over. And that was made in 91 through about 94, 95, and I could watch those over and over and it wouldn't get old.
Yeah, well, what about you?
The Office was a big one, but it's not on Netflix anymore. So once
It's on the cock.
I know, but I'm not going on to Peacock for it. I'm not searching out all that kind of stuff. If you're on Netflix, you got a shot. Or the new one I found is I just go and find like compilations on YouTube of like podcasts that I like, and I flip it on because that's how I fall asleep. Like I'll just throw on an old, Isaac and Suk episode, and I'll just download 3 or 4 hours straight, turn it on, go to sleep, and then we get the listens.
Yeah.
But 2,
you're a master of your craft.
Well, you know what? Someone has to be. And
I mean,
that's how I
who
do
doesn't
it.
want to be sang to sleep by the soothing sounds of Isaac Rock?
I'll tell you what, there's nothing more terrifying, though, than like waking up from a nap to like a Suk ha ha ha. It's
Fart noises,
absolutely
stuff like that.
terrifying.
Yeah.
It will haunt your nightmares.
I can imagine.
I'm trying to. The worst thing that you could possibly wake up to is like a bad laugh or like one of those like crazy large air horn sounds like in a TV show. Because I love to watch like, like The Office is one of them, Family Guy's another. I'll just fall asleep to that. But there are very loud moments, and all of a sudden you'll just wake up and it's like, hell
And that's
no.
the thing. I don't like loud stuff when I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah.
Like if I'm about to take a nap or something like that, I'll turn The Office on or I'll turn on Martin because there's not a lot of bang bang. But like some people can fall asleep to like Die Hard and other things like that. Like I can't do it. I can't do it.
You know what my new one is?
Your new comfort show later on.
Not even a show. Just fall asleep to golf.
Oh,
I'll flip on golf and I will
relaxing.
go to sleep. I'll go to sleep on like YouTube golf shows. I'll fall asleep to like YouTube old like Masters 2006 Saturday round. Whatever pops up. Golf has become my new one. I fell asleep. It's probably the peak old man I've gotten. I fell asleep like fully clothed in my recliner to golf videos.
I love it.
And it's happening
I love
more
it.
and more frequently.
Did you
and
have
it's
a
terrifying.
beer in your? I'm sure you have a cup holder in your recliner.
In my recliner? No, it's an old lazy boy. Like this
Oh,
is
yeah.
hand-me-downs, hand-me-down.
That's awesome.
Don't
Don't get rid of that.
I didn't have a beer. I did have a protein shake though in the hand. Like instead of
about
beer,
right.
Sounds like
protein
such
shake.
a
That's
bro.
on brand. That's on brand.
I
for
don't
you.
know how, like, the cap was open too, but it didn't spill it. And I woke up to my roommate coming in and just being like, what the hell? Like, what's going on here?
We got bro Will Ortner falling asleep in the recliner watching golf. That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Soccer. That would be my sport that I fall asleep to.
Ooh, that's a
so
good one, too.
Yeah, I'm pissing Patrick Harris off. I'm sorry, fellow 1080 The Fan personality, but it's so easy to put that on and then I'll wake up 40 minutes later and there's been 2 goals scored. I don't even know what happened.
So you guys are gonna hate me, and especially because I host a show called Football Sunday.
yes.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know who I am, on Sundays, Jordan is there. He's our producer. Me and the great Joe Fisher. Every Sunday it's football and sports Sunday. Football during football season. We start our show at 9 a.m. on Sunday. We're off at 11. We usually pal around for about 10, 15 minutes after the show, and then we head home. By the time I get home, 12 o'clock, it's nap time. I'm asleep. I miss that slate of 1 o'clock games every single Sunday.
I mean, thankfully, usually the 1 o'clock slate is the lesser of the
But every now
battles
and then
that
there'll be
Sunday,
some-
but still, that is
Every
kinda
now and
funny.
then there'll be some gem right in there on the 1 o'clock game that I missed, and now I have to go watch it back on YouTube or find a way to watch it again. But that's my comfort sleep is I'll have football on and I'll take a nice little hour and a half, 2-hour nap. That's my Sunday.
I can do that a lot too on like Saturdays if the early slate is Garbo. Like I'm a
And
big
it usually is like
right.
Yeah.
I don't need to see Iowa State take on Purdue in a battle of punt versus punter.
Yeah, we're
right.
good.
I'm gonna go get up early, work out, watch my little bit of College Game Day, and then I'm gonna go take a nap. Wake up right around the 4th quarter. So if there's anything interesting, anything I need to pay attention to, I'm right in there with you. And then it's go time from noon until Pac-12 After Dark ends at like 10 o'clock. Like I'm locked in, ready to go.
Depending on who that game is, I may not be watching Pac-12 After Dark.
Yeah, that's all such. But there's always something weird that happens, and you can watch that one in a bar.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Yeah, and that is like, God, it's like the last game of the night, so you're like feeling degenerate. Oh, maybe I want to place a bet a little bit. Yeah, that Pac-12 After Dark. No, that's where it's at. I wasn't laughing at you a second ago. I was laughing at a couple of our responses on the Vancouver Ford text line.
So I wasn't that funny.
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I
go ahead.
am laughing with you.
Read your messages, bro.
Bro, it's not you. I thought that you think I was making fun of you or something. Oh, gosh. See, now I've pissed my co-host off in the first segment.
It's not starting well.
No, this is going to be a contentious show. I can feel it. But you can hit us up on the Vancouver Ford text line 864-6FAN. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They take care of you before, during, and after the sale. They will treat you right. And I know Patrick has a Bronco. I know Suk is a Ford customer as well from Vancouver Ford. Sorry for a second. I thought you were my granny. She's dead. I don't know if we're talking about like these specific sports or what just puts us to sleep. I'm not trying to like. It's like only grannies sleep. That's weird. Sleep happens for a third of our lives. We all need it. and it's something that is.
It's one of my favorite
Not
things
me.
to do.
Okay.
I sleep for 6 hours. My day consists of 2 days for the normal person.
You really are Will Bro.
Have you seen
douche,
those
aren't you?
TikToks?
No,
Those are my favorite ones.
No,
I have
is
not.
there like some
They're
amazing living plan that you're trying to get
No,
at? Like
no,
more
not at
hours
all.
in the day for you.
No, not at all. There's just like a lot of alpha bros out there that are like, I do more in my one day than the rest of the world does in theirs. So my one day really counts as 2. So every single week, I'm 7 days ahead of you. It's very Gary V-esque. It's like you break up, you get up at 4, and then you work until noon, and then
And
you
that's
take
a
a
day.
2-hour nap. That's a day, and then you get another day. It's a very big
Yeah.
like
That was
Mamba mentality.
That's what I
group.
was going to say, the Mamba mentality. And we've all seen that. Kobe saying, yeah, I start working out at 4 a.m. It's like, Jesus, you wake up at 3 o'clock to go work out at 4, which is more normal than not. You know, a lot of people get up that early
Right.
to work out. But Kobe was working out 4 and 5 times a day. You know, Kobe was kind of crazy.
Yeah,
like,
but-
you know, just the way he did stuff was a little bit offbeat. But, hey, if it works for you, I say keep doing it.
That Gary V stuff, though, it really starts to sound like Tony Robbins bullshit, doesn't it? Like Kobe, of course, he beat everybody at the gym, and he was the last one to leave. It's his mentality and his work ethic is second to none in basketball history or just athletics. But really, like a day equals 6 hours because you're more productive. That's just some self-motivating bullshit that it's just trying to twist your mind into thinking that you're better. I mean, and we're all doing that every
Whatever
day,
works,
I guess.
man.
We're trying to convince ourselves that we're smarter than the couple next to us, or we actually know what the hell we're doing in this life. None of us do. That's just so weird. That eats at my craw.
Hey, man, whatever works for you. If it gets you out of bed every day and you feel like you put in a productive day's work, then hey man, more power to you, Brody.
One Vancouver Ford text says, I just watched Primetime on YouTube to fall asleep. LOL, just playing. I mean, I have listened
Will
to
does.
Primetime
Yeah, I've done it
like
before.
and Danny and Dusty like in the evenings. I don't think I've actually passed out listening to them though. Dirt and Sprague is just too early, so I always listen during the day. Never get to that in my evening routine.
No, I don't know. I don't really listen to the soothing sounds of 1080 The Fans, baritones. They're all amazing voices. That's not something I want to fall asleep to. Like, hey, can you put on something soothing? Yeah, girl, hold on one second. Let me turn on Danny and Dusty. You'll love it.
Speaking of Alpha Bro stuff, that Alpha Bro crap is some level of compensation I can't imagine needing. Sounds exhausting. That's from Jordan on the text line. And actually, we do have some Alpha Bro crap to get to today. There's so much to get to on the show, you guys. I think we should probably start to shift gears to sports, maybe get into some of the many topics that we have to break down from the weekend. There's so much
a
to
lot of
react to.
hours of a show, so we can do a lot.
I mean, we have 4 hours, one of which is the club where we really try to avoid sports. But even then, like, we've got stuff that we're not going to get to today. It is chocked full. So let's move on. We've got an absolutely loaded Monday show, a ton of stuff to react to. The NFL draft all finished up. We'll talk about where the local talent ended up. We'll examine the success of the Pac-12 as a whole. Switching gears to the NBA for just a bit. The Suns being swept out of the playoffs. There's a ton of questions about where they go from here with the highest payroll in the league. Oh my goodness. Lots of trouble in Phoenix. Also, the NFL allowing players to wear Guardian caps during games. So we're going to dive into that and tons of fun planned at the club. We're going to take a trip down memory lane, talk about our first cars. You can text in with how you got your first car, what it was. Talk about Southwest Airlines getting rid of open seating. Yes, that sounds like it's coming. I believe Souk flies Southwest Airlines a lot, so I'm not sure that's good news for him.
I fly Southwest.
Will fly
Love
Southwest.
Southwest. Bags fly free.
It's nice. Southwest is great when you are poor.
Well, it sounds like it's going to cost you more to fly Southwest. So we'll get into that in the club. But first, let's get started with the poll question. When we come back, it's NFL draft related. It's a Schulte, Sean, and Will edition of Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
The Fan is live.
Suk, when they were still here, posed the question to listeners and tweeters everywhere: who is or will be under the most sports pressure? Caitlin Clark, Caleb Williams, Kalen DeBoer, or Kirk Cousins? And very, very convincingly, Kalen DeBoer won that with 51% of the vote. A not close second, but I would say enough of a number to where people legitimately think he's facing a lot of pressure is Caleb Williams, compared to 31%, and then Caitlin Clark and Kirk Cousins 10 and 8%. I would absolutely agree with that. Before we get into our poll question for today, Kalen DeBoer, new coach at Alabama. I mean, we've been talking about it for months that you want to be the guy that follows the guy that follows the guy. You don't want to be the one that follows the guy in Nick Saban. And Kalen DeBoer taking a massive risk, essentially. I mean, you're thinking about yourself as an elite coach. You're thinking about your tenure at one school compared to another. I want to have a legacy here. I could be one of the greatest coaches of all time. Alabama looks like it could get me there faster, maybe. We're not in the world of Alabama being the most prestigious school in the nation anymore. We're just not. And to see Kalen DeBoer risk essentially having statues built for him at Washington to take that job in Alabama, I think that puts the most pressure on him out of these four.
Well, I mean, there's not going to be a lot of pressure for Caitlin Clark, number one. Like, I think she's going to exceed every expectation. Caleb Williams is a first-round pick. And he's going to the Bears. So
and he's got Roma Dunze.
Yeah, he's got Roma Dunze. There's pressure on him as the first-round pick, the first overall pick, but not really. Who was the other person on the list?
We got Kirk Cousins as well.
Come on, man. Like, he's going to be your starter. You just paid him a lot of millions of dollars, 90 of which is guaranteed.
Yeah, but
you're not going to
not
start him at this point. And even if Penix does come out, we talked about this yesterday on Sports Sunday. Even if Penix does come out firing during camp and everything, you're not going to not play your $140 million quarterback, 90 of which is guaranteed. So you're not going to do that. So there's no real pressure there. But taking over for Nick Saban at Alabama, like, football is a religion down south. We really like it here in the Northwest, right? We really, really like football.
Yeah, we have better stuff to do, though, some of the time.
They love it in Tuscaloosa. That's what they do. They roll Tide. You know, that's everywhere, from every McDonald's to every Piggly Wiggly that you'll find there. Everybody's bleeding crimson. That's just what they do there. So to take over for somebody that's won, was it 5 national championships or 6?
I believe 6.
6.
5 at Alabama, 1 at LSU.
So the 5 that matter are in Alabama and have top 10 draft pick after top 10 draft pick, have great offensive and defensive lines all the time, great skill players on defense. Like, those are big shoes to fill. And again, I don't know if you necessarily even want to be the guy after the guy. Like, I mean, I think seriously, I think, whenever you take over for Chip Kelly, and when he was at Oregon, the first couple guys were kind of duds. I mean, you did make it to the national championship the next year, but everybody knew Helfrich wasn't.
He wasn't refilling the cupboard. He can't recruit.
He really wasn't. So
couldn't move the program forward.
And you're leaving a program like Washington, who, as far as the Pac-12, has always been a player, right?
Mm-hmm.
As far as the Pac-10, Pac-12 has always been great. Now they've really rebuilt their reputation over the last few years. And now you're taking your talents to Tuscaloosa. Like, you can't be mad at anybody. And this is what I've been saying, and people get so mad at me. Like, there was a lot of fear that Dan Lanning was on his way out at the end of the offseason, right? Like, I forget who was it that was off? Was it Michigan or Ohio State? Who was offering, or Dan Lanning's name was in the conversation for who?
For Alabama.
Alabama.
He was in the conversation for Alabama.
Yeah, it was Bama. And people were like, oh, I think there was real fear that Dan Lanning could leave, and people were looking at Oregon as potentially a stepping stone school. I mean, not to say it's a stepping stone, but it depends on what that next level is. If the next level is Alabama, Michigan, Ohio State, I think it's hard to turn down a school like that if you're at Oregon, if you're at Washington. We were all super surprised that Dan Lanning said no to Alabama, because I think most people would accept it. So Caleb DeBoer, like, hey, man, more power to you, but it's going to be an uphill battle. It might be good for a minute because Alabama's going to be loaded, with talent still, but are you going to be able to have the same cachet as a Nick Saban? Like, that's the thing. Like, Nick Saban he's the top politician in Alabama. And so how do you top that?
Well, I think that Dan Lanning turning this down also puts even more pressure on Kalen DeBoer because it does show kind of that landscape in college football that you're in now, where if you've got money, and Dan Lanning really has no better place to be than here in Oregon with Uncle Phil, with some of the best facilities that literally this program started the wave across college football of nice uniforms, really nice facilities. I know that there's been money under the table for a long time, but bringing these kids in and showing them something amazing and showing them something shiny and new, that started with Oregon. And the prestige just from that, prestige is hard to measure, but the prestige just from that you would have thought even a decade ago want to keep coaches here, but now in the NIL landscape, now that it is basically all money and free agency, as long as you've got that cash backing you, why would you leave? So I do think that Kalen DeBoer has the most pressure. It's obvious. I'm surprised, though, that Kirk Cousins isn't higher on this list. I, for one, do not get what Atlanta was doing in drafting Michael Penix Jr. Literal weeks after they gave Kirk Cousins money. It makes no sense to me when you're the GM saying, hey, I need $90 million. I need $100 million a year bucks. And I need to go get this quarterback because we need to make him our guy. And we're going to use these draft picks and get better around him. And then all of a sudden, they're putting somebody behind him. If it's a win-now mentality, which supposedly in Atlanta it is, from what we've been hearing leading up to this, with the hire in Raheem Morris, it wasn't an inexperienced guy. This is somebody come in ready to go, take them to the next level. What the hell are you doing? So, and Kirk Cousins, I think now is looking over his shoulder wondering, well, how long do I have? Does it necessarily matter? He's 30, 35, 36. He's only got a couple of more years in the NFL anyways, but it just doesn't jive with what you were hearing 3 weeks ago and what the team was doing. So almost as well as Michael Penix being on your heels, I feel like Kirk Cousins is feeling the pressure just from being in the organization that he signed with because of all this tumultuousness happening right now.
We're not even sure if Kirk Cousins is going to be ready to play come week one. I think that's the big thing. Like it's an Achilles injury. Am I correct?
Kirk Cousins tore his Achilles.
Like that, in most cases, it takes, about a year to come back from an Achilles injury. And so you're expecting this 35-year-old veteran quarterback to be healed up enough for the start of week one with now a shorter preseason, mind you. There's no longer the 4 weeks of preseason. Now it's a shorter preseason, and you expect him to be ready for week one. I think they went out and got Michael Penix Jr. because ultimately they knew that Kirk Cousins wasn't going to be ready. I don't think you have to take him there. I think he would have been gone in the first round, and maybe you don't take Michael Penix Jr. at all, but I don't know. It doesn't make sense. I'm pretty sure we'll talk more because that's the biggest story of the draft that's come out. We're not even talking about Caleb Williams and the Bears getting, Odunze. Like, we're not even talking about that part. The biggest kind of story so far of this draft has been Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons.
Well, I think what Atlanta and the noise coming out of Atlanta is they've been in quarterback purgatory really since Matt Ryan. I mean, you can even make the argument that the last year or so of Matt Ryan, they were in purgatory. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't agree with the Michael Penix pick. I think if you're going to do that and draft the replacement but have him learn under Kirk Cousins, well, then you should have went with McCarthy, someone who's a little bit younger who can learn for 2 years, and then he's 23 when he's making his first start, not 27 if Kirk Cousins goes the full guaranteed of the 2 years, right? Because when you look at that contract, it says 4 years, but he's guaranteed the first 2 years. After that, it changes, and that's when you can get rid of him. But for me, with Atlanta, I get that they don't want to be stuck in quarterback purgatory because that's really what they've been stuck in, right? They've been good enough with everything else around them, defensively and offensively, to be right near the playoffs. It also helps that their division sucks, but not quite good enough to get over the hump, but not bad enough to where they're going to be up in the top 10 to make a pick like that. And they don't think they'll be back there because they do seem to think that Kirk will be ready. And if he's not, then Penix will get him further. That all being said, it just doesn't make sense on if you're going to do that, draft J.J. McCarthy, because it does sound like teams were going to move up and get Penix. Like, Penix had the most volatile movement between the different mock drafts because it was really, do teams care about his injury issues? Clearly, Atlanta didn't care about his injury issues, and they fell in love with him, so they felt like they had to make the pick at 8. It just doesn't make sense with their signings in free agency.
All right, shifting gears to today's poll question. We could debate this for probably the entire 3-hour show, but we're not Atlanta, so I don't have that much of a dog in that fight. And I'm not really the hugest Kirk Cousins fan. It is just kind of crazy to see a team, in my opinion, bungling this so much. But which team had the worst NFL draft? That is our poll question today. You've got 4 options: the Dallas Cowboys, the Buffalo Bills, the Carolina Panthers, or, as we were just mentioning, Kirk Cousins, and the Atlanta Falcons. The Panthers, really, I mean, they had an okay draft. They were able to trade up to the first round, but still suffering from trading Bryce Young. The Buffalo Bills are on the list because they ended up trading their only first-round pick to their bitter rivals, the Kansas City Chiefs, allowing them to draft a wide receiver that essentially will continue to keep them better than you and keep you losing games against them. Let me be a fly on the wall in that room. Hearing what the hell the logic is behind that would be astounding to me. And then the Dallas Cowboys did not fill their biggest need at running back, at least through the draft, after letting Tony Pollard leave, but they signed Ezekiel Elliott today. So which of those teams had the worst draft? Go on to Twitter and vote hard.
Ezekiel Elliott back to Dallas makes no sense. I'm a Patriots fan. I know exactly what Ezekiel Elliott did coming into this year, which was absolutely nothing. So
3 touchdowns.
This is more of a nostalgia move for Dallas. Hoping they can find some of that, hoping they can find some of Michael Jordan's secret stuff to give to Zeke. Because right now, trust me, if he plays anything like he played last year, this is just another silly move by the Cowboys.
Apparently, Jerry Jones said this was always the plan. And if it was always the plan, why didn't you just never let him go in the first place?
I don't believe him.
I don't want to dive into Cowboy talk here, but that is just the stupidest move when a team lets, in any sport, they'll let a player go, then they'll bring him back a year later.
I don't want to hear anything Jerry Jones has to say about let your team, let the people in charge that's not you run your team, because as long as you run things, you will never win, Jerry Jones. I know he's not going to hear this ever, but he should probably know that.
Oh, yeah, he cares so much about what we have to say. You know it's true. All right, yeah, which team had the worst draft? The Cowboys, the Bills, the Panthers, and the Atlanta Falcons. You can find that AAA Heating and Poll question posted every day on Twitter here during Primetime. All right, let's get into the NBA. We've got a lot of football to talk. Ton of NFL draft recap planned for today. Some Ducks spring game recap, but I've got to slip a seg in about the NBA playoffs. It was actually some really good action to watch over the weekend. Biggest news, though, the Phoenix Suns, the highest paid team in the league, got swept by Ant and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Why? We'll go through a postmortem next, but first, here's Will with SportsCenter. The 8 games on. I think I was close to being successful. I thought Sunday provided 2 of the more entertaining contests since
You haven't watched any Cavaliers Magic. You know you haven't.
Okay, you're right. You're right. There's
It's
no
okay because as soon as it said it was on NBA TV, I said, "Oh hell, nobody's watching these games."
outside of like the first quarter during game 1 because I had a parlay going, which I lost by the way, so that sucked. But
course.
outside of that, I don't think I've watched the Magic Cavalier series. Although I did see, Banchero actually hitting some shots in that one, so good to see Cleveland. I never have liked Cleveland winning anything, so good to see them suffering a little bit. I don't know why Donovan Mitchell isn't shooting well though. It's the playoffs. It's what you're paid to do. But I really want to dive into the Phoenix Suns. What the hell, Phoenix? They are terrible. They got swept by the Minnesota Timberwolves in the first round with the highest payroll in the league. Crazy game yesterday, 122-116, the final. Ant, who, in my opinion, Ant Edwards, Sprague made this point earlier on Dirt and Sprague this morning. He looks like a young Michael Jordan.
He looks
at this
like 87 Jordan.
Yeah, is he him? And he put that poll question out there, and I think an 87% return was an absolute yes. The leadership, telling Cat how to play, where to go at such a young age, 22 years old. No, Ant is him, and it's so exciting that we have a new superstar to watch in the NBA. But it's not like Phoenix played terribly, 122-116. Devin Booker threw down 49 points. Kevin Durant added 33. Outside of that, though, you got nothing. It's essentially 82 points from those guys and 33 points, 34 points from the rest of your roster. And that was essentially the same story in Game 3. And we're talking about 2 home games, Rashad. 2 home games for the Phoenix Suns that said before the season with their big 3 in Devin Booker and Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal, you can't guard us. Well, when one of us is off, then the other one's going to be on. Hey, if I can't score 30, he's scoring 30. You're never going to be able to beat us. Yeah, there's a problem, though. Who the hell else do you have on your roster? I'm looking at this. It's like Yusuf Nurkic, essentially, and we'll get into the amount of money that each of those 3 guys are making in a second because it's absolutely insane. But Yusuf Nurkic, who is making right around $18 million himself, is essentially their next best option other than Grayson Allen. They've got absolutely nobody. You want to call like Josh Okogie or Nasir Little or an aging Eric Gordon a true role player on an NBA playoff team right now? It looks bad. It looks so bad. And when basically a third of your points are from players not named Durant, Booker, or Beal, you are never going to be successful. And so I would definitely, I want to give props to the Minnesota Timberwolves and Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns. All of them played their asses off, and they are such a good team. But Phoenix, we had higher expectations for them, and they absolutely suck. So Rashad, help me understand what the hell's going on with this team, how 3 highly paid guys that are supposed to be NBA superstars just aren't acting like it.
I mean, it's hard to say that they're not acting like it. Bradley Beal was 13 for 21 and had 49 points. Or, excuse me, Devin Booker had 49
Yeah, Booker
points
went off
yesterday.
But that's like the first time he's went off all series.
And missed 7 shots. Like, you got guys on this team that can absolutely light it up. Man, KD almost had a double-double, 33 points. Again, he missed 5 shots all night. Bradley Beal is the odd man out. At least last night he was. 4 for 13, 9 points. That's not going to get it for you. That's not why you brought Bradley Beal in there. And I think it's really everybody wants to take a big 3 mentality like the Miami Heat did. Right? When you have all those
from like 12 years ago.
Yeah, when you have all those guys in their prime, but you happen to have all those guys that played relatively different positions.
Well, and that's changed.
So in basketball, man, I got a big in Chris Bosh, check. I've got a wing in LeBron, check, and I've got a guard that can swing between 1, 2, 3 and D Wade. So you've got all your major positions covered. You've got all these guys play the same position. Bradley Beal plays 2, Devin Booker plays 2, KD plays 3 or 2, depending on what night it is, or 4, because he's so damn tall. There's none of these guys that don't do anything different. Like LeBron was a offensive creator and could be able to get guys their shots, things of that nature. Chris Bosh was a rebounder, could play with his back to the basket.
And LeBron could play defense.
LeBron could play D. Chris Bosh could protect the rim. Dwayne Wade could play defense. He could protect the perimeter. Everybody had a role. when you start putting these guys together and they all do the same thing, like there's no cohesion, which is how you end up losing to a Dallas in the playoffs because they've got every position and everything covered as opposed to here are 3 guys that are just really,
Minnesota,
really good
by
at
the
basketball. Minnesota, yeah.
It's
forgive me.
okay. I was listening to Mike Greenberg. He did the same thing this morning. There's so many teams in the playoffs right now.
Yeah, no, I'm talking Dallas initially when Dallas
Oh,
beat
you're-
Miami. You
Oh,
know,
my bad.
they had a full roster, you know, top to bottom as far as that's not what you have in Phoenix. And then you start throwing in Nazir Little. You know how
He was getting
helpful
booed.
he can be at certain points. Eric Gordon played 39 minutes and had 6 points. Nurkic is Nurkic. I'm not going to bore you with Yusuf Nurkic stats. You know what it is if you're a Portland fan. So they had 3 really good guys that didn't really play a lot together during the season because of some injuries. And it just wasn't enough against the Timberwolves team who's been building towards this moment. It's been a slow build. We can take a look at what OKC is doing, and we're like, man, that's how you do it. Well, the Timberwolves is how you do it too. You know, outside of trading for Gobert, you draft Karl Anthony Towns, you draft Anthony Edwards, you find the right coach, you find the right bench guys, you get the right veterans, you get the right mix of people, and what do you know? They're blowouts. Almost every game, with the exception of last night, is a blowout because they've got guys in every position that know what they're doing. That's not what they have in Phoenix.
No, and it's a valid point that you make about the big 3. Any team that wants to have like 3 scorers nowadays, one of those guys, like you were talking about, Rashad, you know, there's defensive skills from Chris Bosh. There's basically a Swiss Army knife in LeBron James. One of your 3 has to be a Swiss Army knife.
Right.
You can't build a team around 3 scorers. We only had 2 scorers here in Portland and Dame and CJ,
but they both did the same thing.
No,
and I
exactly.
think that was the issue. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is you can't just add more points and expect things to work. You've got to add pieces off the bench. You've got to add defense. You've got to add, you know, Matisse Thybulle, I thought was a great addition to the roster before they let Damian Lillard go. That was the exact type of player that Phoenix needs as well.
You've got to have somebody that's willing to sacrifice. The great part about this Timberwolves team, Karl Anthony Towns has been the number 1 on this T-Wolves team for the past 5 years, right? And now he's in a position to where he's had to take a step back and clearly be the number 2 to let Anthony Edwards cook. Devin Booker isn't taking a step back. KD isn't taking a step back. KD's probably the only one that gave up some shots so Bradley Beal can get his. But Bradley Beal isn't taking steps back. And I think you can do that when you're able to do so many extra things on the floor.
I think the irony is what would be the perfect type of player to fit with this threesome, right? With Booker, with Beal, with KD, is the guy that they traded away to go get Beal. Like, Chris Paul is old, 100%, and he's not the point guard that he used to be. But Chris Paul would be perfect at making sure that the ball got into these superstars' hands and they were in positions where they could score and score effectively. The problem with these 3 is, just like you said, Rashad, they're all scorers, but they're all scorers in a way where it's ISO ball. When you watch those playoff games, because I watched all 4 of those games, it's KD gets the ball, everyone clear out. It's Devin Booker get the ball, everyone clear out. They're going to try and get to the paint, and if they're not able to get a layup or get an easy fadeaway mid-range jumper, they're kicking it out to the next person, and you're hoping that they're open. Well, what does this Minnesota team do? They play really good defense, and not just from Gobert, but from everyone.
Everybody,
And Edwards.
See that block?
Right. In game, what is it, game 2, I believe, is where he struggled offensively. He was under 50% shooting, but he made up for it on the defensive end. And it wasn't always about getting steals or blocks. It was just about making shots difficult.
Yeah, there it is.
And the Timberwolves are not afraid to play good, hard team defense. And so I think you saw, not only was it a matchup, it was a mismatch, right, for Phoenix, but you also saw it matters how you construct a team. It's not about let's just get the 3 best players and put them on the floor together and then we figure out what happens. It's, do they work together? Do they make sense on the floor together?
We've seen a lot of big 3s since the initial big 3 with KG, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen. How many of them have worked?
1.
Since that one,
Miami
there's been
Heat
one.
and Boston Celtics.
There's been one.
Those are the only 2 that work.
You put Brooklyn together with KD, Kyrie, and that didn't work.
I would say technically the Golden State big 3 as well with Kevin
They were
Durant.
drafted.
See, those guys.
They were. Everyone is drafted but KD. KD is the only one that you went out and you traded for.
So that
Actually, you
doesn't
didn't
count.
trade for
Okay.
him. He's a free agent signing.
You know,
He left because he knew he didn't have to do as much and he could go to a team that was built. All the rest that you've traded for or free agents have gotten together and went has not worked.
Well,
No.
to your point about a point guard, too, Mike Connolly, I mean, he went 2 for 10, but he was still plus 16.
Old man River.
Because he, as you said, distributes. He knows how to set his guys up. He knows how to get the offense going. So it's just crazy to see Phoenix with so much money. I mean, we're literally looking at Kevin Durant making 48 mil, Bradley Beal making 47 mil, Devin Booker going 36 mil up to 49 next year. All these guys are going to be making 50 mil or close to it the next season. You literally have money for Yusuf Nurkic, Grayson Allen, who they just signed to a $70 million extension, and Nas Little, who
Boo. Send them to the remix.
they're literally booing him in Phoenix. I'm wondering how James Jones is even being allowed to keep his job. I understand they did just get to the NBA Finals recently, but didn't they fire their coach after that and say this next one was going to be the one to do it? How can you then turn around? We're hearing that Frank Vogel might be in danger of losing his job now, too.
Oh, he probably.
He's probably going to be
should.
the fall guy, but it's already come out that GM James Jones is going to be allowed to keep his job. The organization is leaning into the guy that apparently is a nice dude, worked in the Players Association for a while, so that means he knows how to construct a roster in the NBA. It makes no sense to me, and frankly, it is badass. It is badass when a team spends so much money on 3 guys thinking that that's what's going to get it done in the playoffs in the NBA. So I digress. And apparently Frank Vogel even wanted the front office to add a point guard to the roster, and they said no. That's according to Chris Haynes. That came out today on Twitter. So I thought I'd throw that out there as we digress and get back into some NFL draft talk. All right. Lots of Pac-12 players taken in the NFL draft here in 2024, and it almost exactly reflects the team's success, like each team from 1 to 12 in 2023 during the season. We'll also take a look not only at that, but where all your Ducks and Beavers ended up. It's 3:48 on the Fan. Ducks spring game recap. There's lots of NBA to talk about. We were just bitching about the Phoenix Suns and seeing the Vancouver Ford text line agreeing, saying just how crazy it is, the promising young Suns looking a couple of years ago to now. He's not wrong.
like I mean, how the mighty have fallen. Like, and Chris Paul, it just goes to let you know how good of a player he really is. Every team he goes to, when he leaves, they're worse off. Now, don't pay attention to what happened with Golden State this year. Golden State it's just their time. You know, they've been great for a long time. Now they're not. That's not because of Chris Paul.
Happens to everybody.
It
Steph's
really
getting
does.
older. It just happens.
It really does. And Steph was the only right spot. But Chris Paul was really the glue, kind of like Will was saying, that kept that organization running the way it was, and, you know, really as successful as they had ever been since they went to the finals in, 93?
Well, and you point out the success of the Golden State Warriors. I think it's the perfect example of roster construction. They had Sean Livingston coming off the bench. They had Andre Iguodala. They had so many different guys. Like, remember David West taking pretty much a pay cut, to go play. He did minimum 2 years for the Spurs and then joined Golden State for the minimum for a couple of years after that. They had David Lee grabbing rebounds for a while. There's so many people that just decided to hop on over to their roster for nothing and contribute to many championships. And there's not much you can do to beat that.
And that's what happens to a great championship team. You
Yep.
know, the Lakers at a point when they were winning in 2000, you know, they had, you know, Mitch Richmond, you know, come and play with them over there for a little bit. I think J.R. Ryder played on that Lakers team, you know, as they had been really winning some championships in early 2000. You see Robert Horry, you know, go and play for San Antonio at a point. Even Tracy McGrady joined the Spurs and almost won a championship. Like that year they ended up losing to Miami. Like T-Mac almost won a championship. So you see, once an organization has really got it going for themselves, they find themselves in the finals or the conference finals over and over again. Other great players, or players that were great players and can still contribute, don't have a problem being like, yeah, I'll go ahead and play for you guys real quick.
Well, and even still, man, the Lakers, another great example of a team perfectly constructed. Rick Fox, great role player that was a starter, didn't score as much, you know, as Kobe. And I know Ron Harper was their point guard at the time before Derek Fisher came into the picture. You had guys like Glenn Rice, you had Devin George, who weren't NBA stars, but they knew what to do, and they could offer you defense. They could offer you something besides three dudes scoring.
So I saw this article on Bleacher Report, and we don't have to talk about this too much, but the headline was, did Portland win the trade for Damian Lillard?
Wait,
and
what?
I think we looked at that and said, what? Like, you know, okay, so the two teams that were really involved in the whole Dame trade were Phoenix, who's been eliminated from the playoffs, and the other of which is Miami, who is on the brink of being eliminated from the playoffs.
You mean Milwaukee?
Milwaukee. I'm so sorry. I'm talking about
Freudian
Miami.
slip there.
Milwaukee.
The Heat are coming
that's
for
where
you.
We
Heat
thought
fans
Dame was
coming
gonna be
for you.
going. But so Milwaukee and Phoenix, the two teams that were closest involved in the whole trade for Dame. Again, we're done talking about Phoenix because they're out now. But Milwaukee is a game away from, you know, having again pretty much a gentleman's sweep at this point, and Dame may or may not be playing the next game. Not playing probably.
They said, according to Shams Charania, the boot is off his foot, and there is no decision for his availability.
When you said boot on his foot,
no off. No, it's off.
When you said he had a boot on his foot,
oh, sorry,
a game, yeah, he's not playing, and it's okay. There's no point in trying to save your playoff life this year. It's over. But
so essentially, because they're saying it can't get any worse, but you're saying because the injury's already there.
Yeah, if you're in a boot, bro, you're not playing in this next game. It's okay. And if they were down 3-2 at this point, I would say okay, there's maybe a good chance Dame plays. You're down 3-1, you're not coming. No
back. Giannis.
No Giannis. You're not. There's no point in you risking injury. But to ask if the Blazers won this trade, no. There's been one bright spot of this whole trade for the Trailblazers, and that's been DeAndre Ayton. DeAndre Ayton showed that, okay, this is the number one pick that was drafted by Phoenix some years ago. Okay, you can be this good. I think the offense is going to evolve around him, but other than that, like, this season was a big wet fart for the Blazers. And so, no, they definitely didn't win this trade, and you lost arguably, and I say arguably because I don't think it is, arguably the greatest player in your franchise's history.
Since we've stumbled into hot Blazer talk here, really quickly, I did see a quick Blazer headline today that Moses Brown probably not expected to be back for the Blazers.
Shocker.
Huge shocker. But I would have hoped to see that, like maybe with a veteran. You know, I love Jeremy Grant; he's a good player, but I don't want the Blazers to do anything but tank next year. There's really no reason for them to be sitting on the fence, trying to win a few games, trying to say they're competing for the play-in. There is no reason to do it. They got to lose. They got to go for it for Cooper Flag. I don't know why they're even
I don't
doing
think
otherwise.
the Blazers need any more young talent at this point.
Oh,
That's
they
all
do.
you have to acquire. But I'm still looking at a team that I'm curious to know, and I'm sure one of our nerds out there on the text line are for sure to know. But how many games the starting five actually played together this season? And I'm sure it couldn't have been any more than about 15. Like everybody not hurt. And I'm curious to know what that number is because we never got a chance to see what this iteration of the Blazers would be with Scoot and with Simons, with Shaden, with Jeremy Grant out there, with Ayton in the middle, with Williams coming off the bench. Like we never got a chance to see what any of that looked like. Is it possible they're not as bad as what we saw this season? Like they could be really good. We just have no idea of that. I think you've got years of drafting early-ish draft picks. You're going to get another one this summer, and it's not going to be Cooper Flag. That's next year, but depending on where the Blazers fall in the draft, this would be the year they get the number 1 pick because it's supposed to be a weak draft. But this would be the year that the Blazers luck out and get number 1, from there. But I don't know if I think those draft picks it's currency. Figure out what you can do with some of those draft picks to make something happen now. What if there's a young-ish player right now that's available on some team that they're trying to move on from?
But who would that be? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know.
There wasn't a deal for Portland last year for help for Dame.
Well, Portland didn't have 50 million draft picks at this point last year, for Dame. Now they do. They have a bunch of capital that they can use now.
They had the number 3, and apparently that wasn't valuable enough for an impact player, which I find to be bullshit because Kristaps Porzingis was traded to the Celtics for almost nothing.
When the number 1 was Wemby, everything else looks like a
and the Blazers were 1 away. Yeah. You're not wrong. Oh my goodness. I really didn't even mean to stumble into Blazers talk here.
It's really easy to do. It's really, especially when you're not great at the moment. Yes, that's easy to do, is stumble into Blazers.
Well, it's just depressing because to answer your ultimate question, did the Blazers win the trade from that article or headline? No, because they never will win the trade because they traded one of the top 75 players of all time. Okay? They never could have won the Clyde Drexler trade because they traded Clyde Drexler. Not to mention they got like Otis Thorpe back for him and almost nobody else.
Take any Otis Thorpe slander.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a couple Blazers fans out there. They're laughing at me and just pissed about their Otis Thorpe slander that they're hearing. No, ultimately the Blazers lost the trade the moment they decided to give up on Damian Lillard and move forward. They basically have to try to rebuild with draft picks and what ifs and guesses going forward. So no, they lost it. But let's get back into some NFL draft. I do want to get to who was taken from the Pac-12 as well as the Ducks and Beavers that found professional homes over the weekend. Want to dive into the Ducks spring game as well. You're listening to a Schulte, Sean, and Will edition of Primetime here on 1080 The Fan. fun stuff from the
Where the hell
weekend.
are Isaac and Suk today?
I believe Rop. Actually, you know what? I don't know where Rop is. I believe Suk is on a long vacation for like a week and a half or two. He usually goes to like Mexico or
Somewhere awesome.
somewhere amazing. Like, Will, do you have any more information on this than I do?
No, he doesn't tell me things.
See, you would think everybody says, because Will is mini Suk, everybody says that Suk tells Will everything, but I always ask him, and I know
Will's
nothing.
supposed to be mini Suk.
Yes.
There's a general consensus at our gym. I will say it. Shout out Crunch Fitness.
'Cause they do
That
work out
he
together.
is my father. There's a thought there.
Oh, okay.
He wishes. He
I wouldn't
wishes.
say mini Suk. I mean like Suk Zero. You know, like no sugar
What?
type Suk. You know what I'm
'Cause
saying?
I'm
Like
lighter. No
yeah, a little
tats?
lighter. Yeah,
No
exactly.
tats.
Yeah, right.
Sounds like Mariota Zero.
Yeah.
Some
0 for
people-
the Eagles this year.
Yeah.
Some people say 2.0, because I'm taller, better
like it.
looking, whatever
Yeah.
you prefer to call me.
Yeah, I like it.
Just
man.
keep thinking you're taller
Hey,
than
man, I'll
Suk.
say this, man.
I'm
Suk
way
is-
taller.
How
than
much taller?
By 2 inches, maybe 3.
I actually
Depends
need to,
on where you measure from.
I just need to open my eyes. Maybe because I'm much shorter and looking up at you both, it just doesn't look like
Nobody has transformed their look more than Jason Sukanik. Like if you
Ooh.
seriously, like if you remember what Suk looked like, I'm talking about Danner Boots guy. Like, you know what I'm saying? The one that was pretty much everything flannels and Danner Boots. That was Suk,
Wrangler
all the
jeans.
Wrangler jeans, like straight up and down. Now,
He was farving it. Yeah.
if you see this fool now, like I remember we did the Winco Foods Open together. We hadn't seen each other for about a year because I almost never see anybody here. I get the weirdest looks when I walk in the building sometime. Like I'm here on Sundays. Nobody ever is here on Sunday, right? It's dark in the building when you guys come here for the
Just
most part. Not
totally
dark,
empty.
but it's the lights are off. It looks very dim in here when you come in on a Sunday morning or Saturday morning. So nobody's here. I'll walk in like today and get all those. Wait, who the hell is this guy? Mind you, I'm 6'3", 245-pound black dude just walking through the building. Usually it catches a lot of people's eye. Like, who the hell is this guy? But I can remember not seeing Suk for a while, and he pulled up on me at the Winco Foods Open. I'm like, yo, look at this guy in his Jordans and his nice little lineup. Went to the black barbershop and got the lineup looking crispy. It's like, okay, Suk.
It's
All right, bro. Look at your flip. Look at your polo and your shorts. Like, who dressed you? Your girl clearly
it's
dressed
the
you.
special lady friend
Yeah,
because once he
clearly
moved,
dressed you.
I remember watching the show back in the old days when they were on a different channel, and he was very clearly from La Center. It was like, yep, that's a La Center battleground Hawkinson Woodland look. Like, you've got cowboy boots on unironically. You have Wrangler jeans that you haven't washed all week.
Straight up.
Driving
You-
a pickup truck.
Warren.
You've got a shirt that's got a couple holes in it, but they're low enough to where no one really notices. You're fine. You're right. He has changed. I would say that if you want a number 2, like most of my changes happened before I came here.
Oh,
but
I remember
you
when
wanna
we
have
first
some
met.
fun.
You were a big guy.
You want to have some fun? Go look at the old roster photos at Central. Go look at the old Facebook profile photo.
When you had hair.
There's some change, and it happened in the span of 3 years.
I remember.
It's a big change.
I remember meeting you initially, and I was like, "Oh, Will's a big ass dude, man," but not the way you are now. Like you were,
I was a bigger
let's be
dude.
real.
I was a bigger
little
dude.
pudgier.
I was a bigger dude.
Little couple spare tires around the.
A little cushion for the push. Hey,
and
there
so
ain't nothing
mind
wrong
you-
with that.
And so, mind you, you're out.
I got that. Is what I'm saying.
You're out one day, and so okay, Will's gonna come in and be our producer. This fool walked in. I was like, "Who the hell are you?" He was
Yeah.
like, "Oh, because I had to reintroduce myself. Like, hey, man, Rashad." I was like, "Oh yeah, man, we've met."
Yeah, we've seen
It's
each
like,
other.
Oh crap, Will?
Yeah.
Is that you?
No, dude, it's the best thing ever in public. If I don't really want to see someone from the old high school days, they don't recognize me.
And here's the great part. And I'm kind of in this boat, not as much as you, but when you're huge, right? Like gaining weight, losing weight, like people say stuff to you, it's the same thing, but it's the way they say it.
Oh,
right? When you're small or when you're big and you get small, people are like, "Hey man, what have you been up to? Look at you. What have you been doing?" But when
Uh-huh.
you're small and get big, it's like, "Hey man, like what have you been up to?"
Like,
You know, like,
yeah.
yeah, you
Getting really into
you good?
milkshakes there,
Yeah,
bud. Like,
you
what
good?
are you? What you doing? No, the only thing that I did wrong was I wish I had stayed big to the point like where I got married and then lost all the weight because I had an old guy in Ellensburg, and maybe this says something more about him than it does me, but he came up to me at the bar, and I was a big dude, and he goes, "Hey, like, do you have a girlfriend or anything like that?" And it was at the time like
so weird.
Yeah, I was gonna
It's a
say.
weird come on. All
It,
right.
What?
it was a weird thing. We were friends. That was the one time I went to that bar. But it was, through the conversation, he goes, "Yeah, I was skinny when I met my wife, and then I got really fat." Well, the problem is in the wedding photos, here's this skinny, good-looking guy, and now anytime anyone comes around the house or they see him, it's all, "Hey, man, you used to look really
Man,
good when
who's
you were in your 20s.
Who's this guy in the pictures?
You look gross now in your 40s." I think the play would have been to reverse it.
There you go.
Be really gross in the wedding photo, be a fat slob, and then
And
be
then-
skinny,
there you
and then
go.
everyone's like, "Wow, you're amazing." And I wouldn't even have to lose that much weight, just enough to not be a fat slob.
There it is.
All right, let's take a few minutes before we have to get out and basically miss an opportunity to talk any sports really quickly. But let's look at where all of the Pac-12 and other local players were drafted. First, wanted to give props to the Ducks and Beavers. Of course, a lot of them found professional homes over the weekend, and actually a lot of Pac-12, not quite a Pac-12 record, but close. We are just getting so close to the numbers of the SEC. Well, I guess were, because the Pac-12 is now gone. But to start off with Oregon, of course, the first pick in the 12th pick in the first round, Bo Nix going to the Denver Broncos. Jackson Powers Johnson going in the second round, 44th overall, to the Vegas Raiders. Great center there. Troy Franklin, actually the Denver Broncos getting him in the fourth round, trading up to do so. Kyrie Jackson, defensive back, leaving a huge hole in the defensive backfield for Oregon, going as well in the fourth round to the Minnesota Vikings. Defensive lineman Brandon Dorless, huge up front, not necessarily a big sack guy, but he really affects the run game. He's going to the Falcons in the fourth round as well. Evan Williams to the Packers in the fourth round. Another big hole left in the defensive backfield. Bucky Irving, a big one, fourth round, 25th pick in the fourth round, 125 overall, going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers alongside Baker Mayfield. I don't think he's going to be a premier back in the NFL, but he's definitely going to be one of a tandem. He might be a
He'll get
third
used.
down guy, quick speed. Yeah, they'll definitely use him. And then Jamal Hill, the final pick for the Oregon Ducks, 6th round, 12th pick in the 6th round, 188th overall. The linebacker going to the Houston Texans. Jamal is very good, but kind of undersized for a defensive back, so we moved to linebacker and kind of this in-between guy, looking to probably get some special teams reps in the NFL. But good for all those guys for the Ducks. For your Oregon State Beavers, Talisa Fuaga, the first rounder going to the Nolans Saints. Their tackle needs hopefully being filled by Fuaga there. I'm not sure who their quarterback's going to be. Might be Spencer Rattler, might be David Carr. We'll get into Spencer Rattler later. But the Beavers then had two more guys taken in the 5th round. Wide receiver Anthony Gould, local guy. Congrats to the Oregon guy, right? Oregon City's Anthony Gould, if I'm not mistaken. And he went to the Indianapolis Colts, a great home for him.
It's a nice landing spot.
I know, right? Anthony Richardson, Shane Steichen's your head coach. We got some Colts news coming up later in the show as well. So, yeah, huge spot for Gould to land. And then Kadano Ladapo, the defensive back, also going in the 5th round to the Green Bay Packers. So, congrats to all those guys. Rashad, I know that you're super happy to see a lot of Ducks and Beavers going. Is there anybody other than Bo Nix that stands out to you in that list that maybe teams could be expecting more from they initially thought that they're getting?
I was thinking about it a lot, and I was going to say Troy Franklin. I think there are a lot of people that were kind of surprised that Troy Franklin slipped into the 4th round.
Yeah, kind of knocking his size a little.
Yeah, especially if and for me, size doesn't really matter. If you look at somebody like, pause, right? If you look at somebody like Steve Smith Sr., who was an undersized wide receiver for a really long time in the NFL and was a great undersized wide receiver. You look at guys like Julian Edelman, who was also a really good undersized receiver. I think somebody like Troy Franklin could fit in really, really well. And then he gets to play alongside his college teammate in Bo Nix in Denver. So I thought that was a huge pick. And if anybody of any of the Ducks that were drafted, I really thought it was Troy Franklin. That 4th round was huge for the Oregon Ducks. Would they have 5 guys go in the 4th round? Like, that's big. And when you're a 4th round pick, 3rd, 4th round pick, you are projected to be a part of the team. Maybe not a starter, but somebody that plays significant minutes, or gets significant snaps. There we go, on a football team. And so I thought the 4th round was really where the Ducks, obviously where it shined the most. But Bo Nix is clearly the crown jewel of the Ducks draftees. But man, I thought that Troy Franklin to Denver, I thought that was huge.
I think it's smart too, because Sean Payton, like, you're gonna have Bo Nix come out. He's gonna have plays flying his way. He's gonna have to learn to read defenses in the system that they want. Why not go get him a safety blanket in Troy Franklin? Go and get his buddy, someone that he's used to, someone that he's played 2 years with. He has that chemistry with them as well. I love that. My big sneak though is Jackson Powers Johnson. To be able to get JPJ day 2 when he was projected as a day 1 guy, and the Cowboys kind of went off the reservation a little bit when they went and I forget the name of the center that they went and grabbed, but they were projected to go and get JPJ. He was obviously the best center in all of college football last year. The dude is a road grader. He's also really athletic when he gets out into space. When you're asking him to pull, he looks very similar to a Jason Kelsey. Like, he's not going to get outmaneuvered by a cornerback. A safety's not going to be able to use their speed to beat him. He's going to get his hands on them, and then he's going to finish blocks. That's gigantic. And he can set the protection scheme. I mean, what they ask of the center to do at Oregon is really difficult. Last year, they basically rotated 7 offensive linemen in. That means at any one point, you could have a different group in, not just quarter to quarter, half to half, game to game, but drive to drive. And so you have to be able to communicate the audibles, the changes, where you're setting your pass protection to. Are you setting it based on this? Are you setting it based on that? Do you think a blitz is coming? Do you need to go to a full slide as opposed to being in a man blocking scheme? Those are all things that Oregon asked of JPJ, and he was able to do it to the umpth degree. I mean, you were in the running for being a Joe Moore Award winning team. You lost to UW, but you were a finalist, right? And that's the best offensive line unit in all of America. I think that that's largely falling on JPJ's shoulders, so I think that he was a great steal.
Seeing the level of just the guys now that we see on the team going to the NFL as opposed to a decade and a half ago, and even the Beavers. And by the way, I should mention thank you to the Vancouver Ford text line, Oladapo from Clackamas as well. So I can't forget him also being a local kid. But yeah, the level of talent coming from Oregon is just astounding to me after growing up in kind of a mediocre time and then watching the program kind of get better, more national prominence. The same with Oregon State, obviously not at the same level, but still very good. It was very impressive to see the number of total players taken in the Pac-12 as well. And actually by school, Rashad, it lined up exactly with what their standings did in the conference. So Washington had 10 players drafted, first in the conference, won the championship game. Number 2, Oregon, 8 players drafted, finished second in the Pac-12, lost in the championship game. USC, third, 7 players drafted. I mean, you go here, Utah, 4th, 5 players drafted. Arizona, Oregon State, Washington State all have 3. UCLA and Cal, 2 and 1. Stanford is 1. Arizona State and Colorado with none at the very bottom of the conference. So it kind of sucks. It's bittersweet. It's an awesome opportunity, but it sucks at the same time to really examine the success of the Pac-12 at producing NFL talent. It's like I just said, a massive shift from years past, and just to see the conference really getting close to the level numbers wise of the Big Ten and the SEC. The Pac-12 actually beat the Big Ten 43-42 overall draft picks.
Did it though?
What do you mean?
Because now they're the same place.
No, I hear you, but looking at the final year of the Pac-12 and its existence, and hey, Rashad, the Oregon spring game, which we're going to have to push back the recap to the 5 o'clock hour.
No.
But we have to, because we've got Stockwatch coming up next, and we've also got In the News the rest of the 4 o'clock hour. We will recap on Oregon spring game, but funny to see that it was on the Pac-12 network. As you mentioned, Oregon really still being in the Pac-12. No, those are still Pac-12 picks. They aren't quite Big Ten picks yet, and they did beat the Big Ten by 1. Second, though, to the SEC with 59. But Oregon did get 8 picks in the first round as well. Pac-12 had 8 picks in the first round, one short of its all-time record. So just to see the success, it's awesome, but it also sucks. So I hate to see the Pac-12 go, and it's just another one of these unfortunate circumstantial things that we're seeing happen as this goes away. Thanks, George Kliavkoff. Appreciate you. All right, let's move on. We got to get to Stockwatch. What are Rashad and I buying and selling from the world of sports over the weekend? It's 4:20 on the Fan.
The draft was bigger.
All right, let's get right into Stockwatch. What are Rashad and I buying and selling from the busy weekend of sports? We'll turn it over to the wonderful producer, at least today, because Ryan Buckley is out as well. Take it away, Will Ortner.
You're gonna say, like, what about a weapon? What about offensive linemen? We look at as weapons. That group, when we talk about attacking, and we talk about attacking on offense, offensive line is the tip of the spear.
That is Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh talking about his first-round pick, Joe Alt. They would later go on to get Ladd McConkey in the second round as well. Buy or sell, Harbaugh will build a winner around Justin Herbert.
I'm going to go buy here, and here is why I say buy. I believe in Jim Harbaugh. I've not been the hugest fan of him from afar, but in the last few years, what he's done at Michigan after seeing his success with pretty much every quarterback he's ever had under his tutelage, extending Alex Smith's career, allowing Colin Kaepernick to flourish and be what he was in his system. Now you see the success that he had with J.J. McCarthy. Some people say that it's more the system, but regardless, he's elevated quarterbacks. I do believe he's going to elevate Justin Herbert. He knows how to build teams as well around quarterbacks, and I don't think that the Chargers would have paid him what they're paying him and brought him in on such a long deal if they didn't think it was going to happen. They've made so many mistakes, so I will buy that all day.
I am also buying it. The Chargers have been what we call charging it for the past few years. They've been close, but no cigar. They've had really good teams. They've had great rosters around them. Unfortunately, it hasn't really equated to any playoff wins or even playoff appearances over the last little bit. But the one thing we know about Jim Harbaugh is he is a winner. He wins almost everywhere he goes. If he doesn't win the big one, he gets you pretty damn close to it. Jordan just mentioned all the great quarterbacks he's helped kind of cultivate over the last few years. But I think Jim Harbaugh, it's a 5-year thing. You get 5 years out of Jim Harbaugh. Anything after that, it becomes a problem. And so, he was at Michigan for what, 5 years?
I think he got to 7.
7 years, yeah.
Helps that they leave after 4 and 5 because they have to.
Exactly. And so, I think he's going to be there to get on your nerves just long enough to be in a winning position. So, yes, I do think he's going to restore some type of winning mentality to this Charger squad.
Do you know who holds the Bears franchise record for receiving yards?
Ooh. Brandon Marshall?
Good guess.
It's a great guess. It is actually someone named Johnny Morris.
It's an old record, man. It goes back a long way.
Johnny
How
Morris.
many does he got?
He's got 5,059 yards.
That's it.
In the career?
In the career, man. He played in the 50s and 60s.
Welcome
Rome.
to our world, Rome. Welcome.
That's on one of our sister stations out in Chicago. That's Romo Dunze, and he just learned what the all-time Bears receiving yardage record is. Yes, 5,059 yards there. Buy or sell, the Bears have not only created a winner, but they will win a Super Bowl in the Caleb Williams Odunze era.
I want to say buy, but this has been, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chicago is building a new stadium here in the next few years, right? They are trying to, Will?
They're trying to. I don't know that that is a for sure thing.
And if they did, it would be a dome.
They
would stay outside?
Look, I think this is very similar to what has been going on around here, where they have all these renderings and ideas of things that they're going to do, but they don't actually have approval to do it.
Okay, well, at this point then, because they still play outside, they are one of these very cold weather teams in the NFL that, it's not just my opinion. You look at the facts, the Green Bay Packers, the Buffalo Bills, they build themselves differently because they play in such cold weather. The Chicago Bears are one of those. I'm going to sell that. Not because of Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze's talent and me trying to dog on them, because that's not it at all. I just don't think that a cold weather team without a run-first attack is ever going to succeed in the NFL. And as good as they are, and while Eberflus is their coach, they're going to have to get that one changed over. At this point, I'm going to say sell. Rashad?
Man, assuming he has a pretty long career there, assuming he plays there for about 8 years, I'm also going to sell it. Like, I really want to buy the fact that Roma Dunze, you watched him at Washington, we know what type of player he is, what type of receiver he is. I think this is the the best probably young or rookie quarterback to receiver combination that we may have seen. However, there's so many other things that go into playing for Chicago. Eberflus has his hands full at this point, but it's going to be freezing cold. We'll see if a kid that played at Washington and in Southern California is going to be able to really handle that. I don't see why every team doesn't have a dome in the first place, especially if you play in such a cold weather city. But I think the Bears have a little more to worry about right now, like the Lions and the Packers, who both have their guy, at Triggerman, at least for now. So, I'm going to go ahead and sell that for now.
And thanks to the Vancouver Ford text line saying, yes, ESPN reported they are in the works of trying to get funds to have a dome of sorts. So if they do get to a dome, I will buy this. But literally, it hinges on whether they are playing outside or inside for 8 games of the season.
You didn't get to see it here. You can see.
You've seen Nemhard hook him initially. Portis didn't like it, and then they just got tangled up.
That's the TNT Sports audio of Bobby Portis getting kicked out in the last game. Right now, Milwaukee Bucks, they're down 3-1 to the Pacers. Buy or sell, Dame will never win a title.
Oh, that's a hard one, brother. They're going to have to... They don't need significant retooling in Milwaukee. I don't think they have to blow the thing up. I think they do need to... Pat Connaughton's done. They need to figure him out. They've got to get a better shooting piece off the bench. His stats just weren't good. He would hit like maybe a 3. God, he shot like 5 or 6 or 7 during some games. He would only hit 1. So I don't think that they're like in need of a total rebuild to compete for a championship. But man, I don't know. That's a hard one. I'm gonna say sell, because at this point Dame is getting older. He's not guaranteed to score 30 a game next year. And Milwaukee does need a couple of pieces to get to the championship caliber team that they want to be right now. So I'm going to say sell,
So that'd be a buy?
Oh, buy that
He
will
won't
never
win.
I'm
He
going
will
opposite.
never.
He will never win, so I guess, yes, I will buy.
That's a tough one.
This is a really good one, Will.
Thanks.
Man, I don't want to do this. I'm gonna buy it as well. I just don't think this. I'll keep wanting to say Minnesota. This Milwaukee team is really made for a championship right now, especially considering who their head coach is. Glenn Rivers has never been a great coach. I refuse to call him Doc. His name is Glenn. I will call him that until he doctors up some type of winning formula. Then this team is just not built for that. They don't really have a bench like that. Pat Connaughton, some guy named Green, Gallinari's on their bench. Not a lot of pieces really there to build something great outside of the guys in your starting lineup. The worst thing they did was letting go of Drew Holiday. I know you traded Drew Holiday to get Damian Lillard, but now you've become the worst defensive team, really in the playoffs at this point, because you can't guard anybody on the perimeter. I think it's a huge problem. I don't know if it's going to get better, especially as Dame is getting older. We've seen him deal with some injuries and stuff, so I think some of that's coming into play. I don't want to say no, but it's hard to see him winning a championship.
I will say it's odd that you move on from the point guard, from Milwaukee's perspective, that won you a championship. Obviously, Dame is amazing, but there's no defense there. So are you saying that, well, one of the other players that we got is totally going to make that up? That one will confuse me for quite some time. And I'm not sure that I'll ever be okay with Damian Lillard leaving, and maybe that's why I asked the question, but I digress. All right, Will, thank you so much for putting together such a bang-up edition of Stockwatch. It's brought to you every Monday by Goldberg & Jones. When it comes to divorce, custody, or child support issues, call 1-800-DIVORCE. Phone questions answered at no charge. All right, let's get to In the News coming up next, but first, here's Will with a sports update.
Now,
You need to respond to the Vancouver Ford text line. It sure is warm in New England, where Tom Brady won 6 Super Bowls. It took an act of God to stop the Randy Moss team from winning a 7th. You know what? I hear what you're saying, talking about the Patriots also playing in cold weather without a run-first attack. However, Tom Brady's Tom Brady, 1, and 2, they literally remade NFL offenses with their double tight end attack, all right? They drafted the murderer Aaron Hernandez along with Rob Gronkowski to specifically turn the offense into something new. They did. Everybody else in the NFL followed them. Rashad, you just said off air, it's a literal copycat league, and that's the story there.
Also, I don't think Tom Brady and Gronkowski is a great comparison. Or Tom Brady and Randy Moss, that's the greatest pairing for wide receiver and quarterback potentially ever. I mean, I understand Jerry Rice and Montana, but like the things that the Patriots were doing that year, and I'm a Pats fan, the way they were running through teams that year wasn't close. Throw the ball up in the air and watch Randy Moss go get it, like that was crazy. Like, so I don't know if that's the best comparison, but I totally understand what the texts are saying.
Yeah, it annoys me. I'm not trying to, be like, "Oh, you're wrong," but you're wrong.
that double tight end system.
That's
dividends.
That's the reason for success. And in a cold weather town, they literally remade offense, and that's what you have to do: either run or come up with a new way of offense. Why did the NFL hire Chip Kelly? Because he came up with a new way to play offense.
Tom
All right,
Brady did it. Well, Jordan did a lot of stuff that people can't do. So I get it.
Maybe
when you're that special, exactly. Mahomes,
he's doing it in a cold weather city. It's a special player.
Yeah,
exactly.
you got to be a special type of dude to do that. We'll see if that's Caleb Williams right now.
Yeah, if you put Tom Brady in Chicago, they probably would have had a couple of Super Bowls. Put him on any of the 32 teams, they would have. All right, it is Monday, April 29th, 2024, and it is time for In the News. I am your carbon-using newsman. Actually, a former real newsman, so always like a trip down memory lane for me when we do these segments. Got our crack team of correspondents, Rashad Taylor, Will Ortner here.
Let's hear your news voice.
It's this.
Oh, okay.
1080 the fan.
I don't have one.
Yeah.
There's a reason I don't work for the news.
Straight up, I get it.
Trust me, I had to like try to come up with like a straight ahead voice, and they told me when I was 22, like, just talk reading news for the first time. So I did, and it worked. The people, I always get asked that when I'm out, like, do you have a radio voice?
Like you're listening to it.
Yeah, it's me. I don't really like, I'm not like Tom Likas from back in the day. 'Cause I suck. Coming at you. Like, if I came on and basically puked into the mic every time and acted like, what was Rop's least favorite phrase, rocking you on a Friday? If that's how I came in and I talked and I tried to say in a special voice, rocking you on a Friday, I would have no friends. Nobody would hang out with me. All right, it is Viral Video Day. Viral Video Day here on April 29th. What was the first viral video y'all remember watching? For me, I'm pretty sure it had to be like that let's get some shoes thing. Probably in middle school at the time. Shoes. Let's get some shoes. These shoes suck.
Soldier Boy Tell 'Em's a really good one.
Soldier Boy Tell 'Em.
Soldier Boy Tell 'Em is like, I was so young that I didn't realize it was a viral video till after the fact. Like, I just knew the song. That's like, that's third grade for me.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being honest about viral videos as far as what viral means, and not to go too dark on people or anything. Well, no pun intended, but Rodney King, that was the first thing I can remember, like a video that everybody saw, and it's kind of one of those things. But
I think viral
for the more fun things, yes, Soldier Boy Tell 'Em.
I think viral was the way that it was spread was kind of first word of mouth being passed from person to person. Like, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the first ever, or one of what is considered the first ever viral videos was the project that the creators of South Park put together. Like Jesus and Santa or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. Because they did like 2 clips where it was like Jesus versus Santa.
Thank you. Jesus versus Santa. Yeah. They did it for, it was like a Fox or some TV executive's birthday, and that ended up making it around the company.
And made it to South Park.
And it made it
South Park.
Yeah, on the internet. And essentially they turned that into South Park. So that's kind of what I think a viral video includes. But that's a great question, Rashad. What is the definition of viral? Because nowadays there's influencers, there's micro-influencers. Like, going viral is considered to have like 500,000 views now. And that's, frankly, not that much in the grand scheme of things, right?
Charlie Bit My Finger was pretty great.
That was a good viral video. Anybody on the Vancouver Ford text
One
line?
where the kid goes to the dentist, and gets the not the laughing gas, but kind of gets put under a little bit, and he comes to. Not via.
He's
really
Is
sad.
this real life?
That
I
kid
remember that
left,
one, yeah.
Talking crazy.
The cinnamon challenge on the Vancouver Ford text line, pointing that out. That's dangerous. Yeah, don't do that.
What's the Will Ferrell?
Oh, the rent.
With the rent,
The
yeah.
rent stew with the baby, and
Yeah.
she's just foul mouthed.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
that's a great one. That's Funny or Die. Yeah, Pearl.
That's there you
Pearl.
go.
Yeah.
It's also National Zipper Day. On this day in 1913, Swedish-American scientist and inventor Gideon Sundbach received a patent for this curious contraption he called the hookless fastener.
Are we calling him a scientist? He's not a scientist.
I mean,
that's not science.
Isn't inventing a form of science?
No.
he invented the zipper, though.
That's not zipper. Inventing the zipper isn't science.
Of course it is. Have you ever seen how a zipper works?
You just put the thing on and the two things go together. It's not science. That's not science.
Are they magnets? I don't know.
As someone with a science degree, which
here
I
we go
agree
now. Here we go.
is bullshit. It's not science.
It is.
And my degree shouldn't be in science.
You're attaching one thing to another.
It's not science.
I think it's science in the same way like Velcro is science.
That's
like
not
they're holding things together. And they take scientific research to figure out.
It's an entrepreneur. So, by this logic, then, Logan Paul, for helping be a part of the crew that invented Prime, is a scientist.
Yes.
No, he hired
Somebody
scientists.
has to taste
No.
it.
He hired
No.
scientists to formulate that for him.
But he still runs it. Then Edison isn't a scientist. Because that's the
Fair
same
enough.
thing.
Have you ever tried to fix a broken zipper? Yes, actually.
Can't do it.
Buy a new one.
Can't do it.
If it is smashed, you can fix it. So if I smashed mine in my front door, we had a coat rack sitting right by the door. So when it closed, one of my favorite blazer jackets, the zipper got smashed in. Yeah, you get some pliers, you can totally pull that out. But trying to fix a zipper, if it's broken, broken in half, no.
I have this great
No way.
Givenchy, kind of, tote bag type thing that I pack stuff in. And it broke and I can't fix it. So there's
Gotta buy a new one. Well, I guess apparently
that bag was.
Apparently, you got to find a scientist.
There you go.
Apparently, you have to find a scientist to fix it.
And they work with the cleaners, the dry cleaners. There you go.
Other viral videos coming into the Vancouver Ford text line. More cowbell, Rockstar, Nickelback, Tourette's guy. Yeah, there's so many options. That sounds like right around the same time that I was starting to watch all those viral videos online. YouTube, what a beautiful thing. And also, just a quick couple of notable birthdays. Comedian Jerry Seinfeld, 70 today. Daniel Day-Lewis, 67. Michelle Pfeiffer, 66. Eve Plum from Brady Bunch is 66 as well. Megan Boone from The Blacklist, 41. Any of those guys or gals you want to have dinner with? I would love to have dinner with Jerry Seinfeld.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
Oh my God, that's hot.
Michelle Pfeiffer, probably. I bet she's still probably pretty hot at 60-something.
I think she'd be a fun hang because there's just so much that she's done. She has so many stories from the industry.
I have Catwoman stories. I don't really care about everything else. I have a lot of Batman Returns stories.
Oh, and Uma Thurman, 54. Missed her, so did not want to forget that one. She's a big star.
Yeah.
Ish.
If you're into that kind of thing.
I don't know. Kill Bill, Batman and Robin. All right, anyways, we got to go. All right, the Oregonian that won the $1.3 billion Powerball was revealed today, or will be revealed today. Trying to see when they actually reveal the name. That's next on a Schulte, Rashad, and Will edition of Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
This is the Fan's window into sports. A view into today's
4. We have been anxiously awaiting to find out who the winner of the $1.3 billion Powerball jackpot was here in Oregon.
Here we go.
You know, before I reveal this is just so funny because my mom, she works for the Oregon Lottery and tells me stories all the time of whenever somebody wins in another state, they always come bitching to her like, nobody ever wins here in Oregon. Nobody ever takes it locally. It's all rigged. Everybody should win. And then I'm like, wait, everybody should win like in Bruce Almighty when everybody prayed to God to win the lottery, then Bruce answered yes to all of them, and what did they win, like $17 each or something like that?
I mean, they won. They didn't
won.
say how much they want to win.
Exactly, you idiots. Like, that's not how it works. So now that there has been a winner here, hopefully people will stop coming up to my mom and being like, yeah, nobody local wins. Like, yes, they do. They absolutely do, okay? So the winners of Oregon's largest ever lottery jackpot, this is from Oregon Live, and the 8th largest lottery win in history, are married couple Chang Saifon, I hope I'm saying that correctly, and Duan Pen Saifon, as well as their friend Liza Liam Chow. The married couple from Portland, Chow is from Milwaukee. They bought the ticket together.
It's awesome.
Oregon Lottery announcing their names with great fanfare today down in Salem.
As they moved to California.
Yeah, as they were on their way out to their yacht, right? The married couple have already been paid out, basically. So this isn't actually split 3 ways. This is going to be a 2-way split. The married couple gets half, and then the one person gets half. So it looks like splitting the $422,309,000 that remained after taxes. Each of them is going to get just over a couple $100 million. So the married couple getting what, 210, 11 mil, and the single person from Milwaukee getting about 111 mil. That is crazy.
Those are big numbers, man. And granted, 1.3 billion, and I only walk away with 2. Not tripping. Don't get me wrong. Not mad that I'm only walking away with 200 million, somewhere around there. But still, I kind of want that whole.
Really cool. It was revealed how they bought their tickets because. You wonder, did they buy one? They actually bought 20 lottery tickets for $200. So they did go in.
Smart.
I would say this is obviously never an investment. Never do this for investment purposes. This is entertainment, and it sounds like they had a couple $100, just to waste on some entertainment. But he says for several months he expected that there was something coming. He felt like a big win, but maybe no more than $1 million or $2 million. All of a sudden, they win this jackpot, him and his wife, too. He used to be a machinist working on airplane parts, and obviously now does not have to.
Had to get out of the Boeing game. Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Working on airplane parts, bro. You deserve it.
And, of course, this was already known, but to remind you, the historic winning ticket was sold at a plaid pantry in Northeast Portland. That store got $100,000 for selling the winning ticket. I always thought it was $1 million to the store that got the winner, but still cool.
It
still
should
cool.
be based on how much the actual jackpot was worth. Like, that's bullshit. If it was only, you get a $1.3 billion
and $100,000,
and you get $100,000 back.
You get like a portion, like 2%.
Yeah,
3%.
Why not? Why not? For all my pain and suffering.
And now I don't know how this works because I would assume like taxes on this because half of it's gone. It's not all going to federal taxes since this was a win in Oregon. What, that $400 million windfall, $500 windfall split in some way. Oregon's going to get a couple $100 million of that, right? To inject into its coffers, I would assume. To the lottery money, it goes towards schools. There's things that it can be used for. So this is a big windfall for Oregon as well, right?
Well, you would hope so.
I would think.
Fingers crossed. I'd love to see how that money is divvied out after taxes.
It's like, I'm not the tax guy. I always owe money. I don't know how taxes work.
And then one other fun story that I saw over the weekend. This was actually up in Washington. Apparently 4 zebras escaped onto a Washington state highway.
Yeah, up in North Bend, man.
Sunday afternoon this happened. This is from Coin. Authorities say the driver who was transporting zebras stopped to secure the trailer when they escaped onto I-90 eastbound near exit 32, as you said, Will, close to North Bend. So is this closer to you, or I'm not familiar with the...
North Bend is Seattle.
Okay,
so when
no.
I was in Ellensburg...
Never been in North Bend,
you would
Washington.
drive through North Bend
Okay.
to get to Seattle. It's all on, like, I-90. There's a lot of these type of like private ranches. I don't want to say
They
like
hold
out in
zebras?
North Bend, not necessarily zebras, but like I went to school with a lady who they owned a kangaroo and is it wallaby? Like wallaby farm. Like she would bring her baby kangaroos into class sometimes. I don't know why she brought it into our journalism class.
Was it a black family?
No.
Oh,
no,
okay.
It was not.
Okay.
They were
Just curious.
They were running that out of Yakima. So
Okay.
I know that there's those types of ranches out there. So maybe that's what it was for.
That's crazy. I had a really weird dream that I was being chased by a gang of wild zebra. I don't know what their intentions were when they caught me, but I ran like hell and scared
Probably
the hell
just
out
trying
of
to
me.
get to Madagascar, dude.
I guess, man. I didn't like it either way.
Isn't
Scared the
that
hell out
what
of
Marty
me.
did?
That's exactly what Marty did.
Sorry, I'm watching the What a Pro Wants commercial over your shoulder right now. What a pro
needs.
wants. What a pro need. No, that and the zone, whatever. What's the second song? The zone. Wake up, like they
No
know
Flex
better.
Zone?
They know Flex Zone. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Great song.
That and then the Don't Let Me Go. God, give me a new commercial to watch during the NBA, please.
Well, this one was at least about Taco Bell, so I'll take it.
All right, that's fair. All right, that is in the news for April 29th. Lots going on this weekend, and congrats once again to the winners of the $1.3 billion lottery.
Give a brother alone.
Oh, wow. Yeah, good old Oregon winners finally happening. Coming up next, it's the Hot 5 at 5. It's 4:59 on The Fan.
It's time for High Stakes, a
back to the third hour of Primetime. No Isaac, no Suk, no Buck, actually. Schulte, Shad, and Will coming in for the next 2 hours or so. We got the club coming up at 6, but another hour of so much to break down from the world of sports. Oh my goodness. Rashad, I watched sports literally from Saturday morning to Sunday when I went to bed last night. It was like, minus the final 2 episodes of Silo that my wife and I finally finished up. We had binged that entire season and had just the last couple episodes left. But other than that, on Saturday night, it was all sports for me all weekend.
Not a lot of sports for me. You know, I'm in the process of moving. So I've
real life responsibilities checking in.
I know, right? And so usually if you know anything about moving, it really takes away your ability to do anything. So I caught some sports towards the tail end of the weekend and everything, but didn't really get a chance to dive into everything. Thank God for things like ESPN on your phone and Bleacher Report, or, if you do have anything like Max or Fubo that you can kind of tap in and watch stuff on your phone. But otherwise, I didn't get a chance to see as much, even like the last parts of the draft, which I'll be real, I don't really watch like the third and fourth rounds.
I'm not sure many people do. I think it's like they turn it on quickly, but past the first round, Rashad, maybe the second.
Yeah.
You kind of just check in to see where your guys are going, and then you check back out.
Yeah, and if you're anything like me, then you have, things attached to your phone, so I can see when any Duck and Beeve got drafted and kind of, tap in that way for the most part. But usually this weekend was pretty busy, and it'll be another, had a yard sale. So trying to sell some stuff.
You were out hawking all the stuff, man.
Yeah, man.
Was that like 7, 8 a.m. early call Saturday morning?
That's what I was trying to do. I started like right around 9 because I had to go get some stuff from the store. So, But yeah, tried to get out there really early and and then it was raining and it was cold and it was wet. So
did you have like the professional garage, the garage salespeople like waiting for you like before you started?
No, like
I've had that happen before.
Outside, just waiting. No, luckily the few that actually came by, which wasn't a lot. The few that came by, number one, they bought something, which is always good. But it was real quick, and it wasn't like as much stuff. Initially, when I was getting ready to sell stuff, I had a bunch of it. So I was like, okay, this is going to be great. And then I started setting stuff up. I was like, maybe not as much as I thought was here. But some people came and took some really obscure things that I didn't think anybody would actually want. But cool. There was this little globe thing, a little wooden globe. I didn't think anybody would want it. $5. Thank you, madam.
Isn't that awesome?
Take that, yeah.
It's like, hey, another one man's trash is another man's treasure.
But
Take it off my hands.
Anything else that wasn't, purchased, which was everything else, went ahead and took that to the Goodwill. And so hopefully they can, I'm sure they'll get some money for it.
Like I said, lots to get to. We still have some fun with audio coming up this hour. Colts GM Chris Ballard hating anonymous sources, and I've got a soapbox to climb on for that one. The NFL allowing Guardian caps during games. We'll dive into that as well as a recap of the Oregon spring game. But now let's get to the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Suk. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
News out of the NHL, the Seattle Kraken have fired head coach Dave Haxtell after 3 seasons with the team. They have cited a need for improvement following a disappointing finish to the year. He had a 107, 112, and 27 record in his 3 seasons there. They did reach the Western Conference Finals during his tenure, but GM Ron Francis is making a change. So the first time that a head coach has been fired for the Seattle organization up there. It's nice that we got a hockey team. I wish we got a Portland hockey team, but honestly, I've been rooting for the Kraken since they came into existence, and sucks to see that they have to make a change, and I'm wondering if it's too soon, man. A mediocre record? Is there something going on in the locker room? I don't know.
Well, when you see other teams around you doing well, and again, since the Kraken was started, they've had one coach, and, he's their one coach, so maybe it's just time for a new direction, a new voice. It happens sometimes in sports.
Number 4.
Some bad news again for the Oregon State Beavers today. I feel like it's like every other day we've been saying somebody's leaving the program. Talia von Oelhoffen, a 2-time all Pac-12 guard committing to the USC Trojans, and Reagan Beers also leaving the program, heading to Oklahoma. Von Oelhoffen, she had considered Colorado, Kentucky, and Louisville, but looked at LA, said the opportunities there and the coaching staff's ability to help her get to the WNBA made that decision easy. Sad day for the Oregon State Beavers. I mean, their programs continue to be decimated. Good piece by big piece by great players.
Yeah, and that's the one thing about Oregon State. Unfortunately, they haven't found enough stability across the board for every sport. And when they do, you can rest assured that those coaches are going to be poached at some point. So it's tough to keep a lot of great players there for a long time. We saw the women's team have such an amazing year this year, and now, losing players definitely changes the way you plan for next year.
Yeah, it's just sad. I mean, there's something basketball. I feel like something is. It's something a smaller program like Oregon State, or at least somebody not as nationally known, can invest into, and they were doing that with the women's program and getting somewhere. Just sucks to see. Really sucks. Big news out of Major League Baseball today. Number 3, they plan to address concerns over the recent new uniforms implemented this season. They are, apparently this isn't going to happen until 2025, which I hate, but apparently they are reverting back to the larger lettering on jerseys. They're going to fix the mismatched gray tops and bottoms. They're going to address the sweat collection issues on those new Nike. They're called Vapor Premier jerseys. Essentially, this was a new jersey that nobody in Major League Baseball asked for. The numbers look terrible. The colors look terrible. The Mariners, blue doesn't match their actual blue. The Cubs have 2 different shades of blue. There's different mismatching grays. So this has just been an absolute fiasco all year, Rashad. And it sucks they're taking it this long to get it right, but they will.
Sometimes Nike just does too much. And, if you read any of these articles, you can tell most people feel like this is a Nike issue, and I'm glad baseball is changing.
Yeah, I thought it was a Fanatics issue, but I was wrong. But I guess Nike is producing all of the Fanatics clothing.
Yes, they are.
And they are just trying to do it with their standards, with some input from Fanatics.
And I'm glad
it's the weirdest agreement.
I'm glad they saw players were uncomfortable with it and decided to change it. So there it is.
There you go. No, they actually listened to the players. We need that more often. Big news out of the NFL. CBS's NFL pregame show, the NFL Today, going with a new voice. Matt Ryan is going to be joining the cast, as well as dropping Phil Simms and Boomer Esiason. A huge move. Those guys have been on. Simms, at least, he was there as a color analyst before transitioning to the studio for near 20 years. Boomer Esiason, I think he's the longest tenured guy up to this point on NFL Today. So a crazy move, but guys are getting older. I like Matt Ryan. I think he'll offer a new perspective to the broadcast. And at some point, we're going to see Jimmy Johnson. We're going to see Terry Bradshaw. We're going to see the same thing with these guys. They're going to end their careers.
Yeah, no, we'll see. You complain about Phil Simms. We'll see how you like Matt Ryan.
I think Matt Ryan's actually smart. I like it.
We'll see.
Is there something I don't know about Matt Ryan?
I don't think so. We'll just,
all right.
We'll see if he's any better than Phil Simms.
Well, I think he's going to be. I don't think it's hard to be better than Phil Simms, but
it's easy to say now, but we shall see.
All right, and number 1, a couple of moves out of the NFL. The big one, though, the Kansas City Chiefs extending the contract of tight end Travis Kelce for 2 additional seasons. It does keep him signed through the 2027 year, making just over $17 million in salary. It is a little bit more of a restructuring, though. Essentially, they're taking away money from their cap, the Kansas City Chiefs are, and giving more to Travis Kelce guaranteed. So overall, it helps both parties. I know Pat Mahomes has also already taken a pay cut to try to help the team get some more money available for talent. So nice to see the Kansas City Chiefs giving Travis Kelce money. Do you think that he is worth $17 million a year? I don't think that's a question, but what I do question is the growing value of tight end contracts in the NFL.
He is the tight end. There are a lot of really good ones in the NFL. Travis Kelce is the one. He's worth much more than $17 million.
And then there's also a couple of other signings. Ezekiel Elliott signed a 1-year deal with the Dallas Cowboys.
Good riddance. Peace.
Yeah, that one is pretty hilarious. It's a deal worth up to $3 million, reuniting him with the franchise that drafted him 4th overall in 2016. I am shocked. I am shocked that they bring him back after letting Tony Pollard go and not drafting a running back. This literally seems like their plan C, and the fact that this was their plan C scares me for what other kinds of plans they have going into 2024. It just sounds like if Jerry Jones actually meant to re-sign him all the time, it was a stupid idea for them to let him go in the first place. And he only ran for 3 touchdowns last season. So at the time, you say, oh, let him go. It's the right decision for us. And then, oh, even after he has a crappy season, we'll bring him back, and it's the right decision for us. What the hell?
Well, if this was the plan all along, Jerry Jones, then you need a new plan because that plan sucked, completely sucked. And now the Cowboys are stuck with really a running back that is really a shell of himself.
And also, previously suspended receiver Quintez Cephas. He is back in the league. He signed a 1-year contract with the Buffalo Bills today. He had been suspended last April for betting on NFL games in 2022. So, guys getting back in the league after serving some time. I cannot believe that players are dumb enough to bet on their own sport. And not only do that, Rashad, but bet on it from their team's facility where the IP addresses can be
bet
checked.
on anything else except for your sport. Man, there's so many other things to bet on. You can bet on cricket. Go bet on that. Why are you betting on something that could potentially get you in trouble? Don't be an idiot.
Ego? I don't know. I just don't get it. And that's
get
why
your interpreter to do it.
Well, that's why you're funny. Bringing up the Mizahara debacle, and it sounds like, I mean, it was Mizahara. If you've been living under a rock, that was basically an absolving of Shohei Ohtani when we heard the amount of money that he actually owed Mizahara to the gambling bookies, about $40 million that he was under. Like, that wasn't Shohei. All right, maybe he placed a couple of bets, but no, it absolutely absolved Shohei Ohtani when we heard that. So just can't believe athletes are doing that. I get it, Rashad. You think, oh, maybe just bet on other sports. But see, I have a problem with that too. I don't think you should bet on any sport if you're a professional athlete, if you are associated with those teams. I get it.
Yeah.
But hear me out. Like you, for instance, like you know a lot of players from this area, right? You know Terrence Ross. You know Aaron Jones. You know so many guys from here. And I compare that to maybe like say LeBron James talking to other top tier athletes in the NBA. Well, he's got friends in the NFL. He probably knows a couple of international soccer connections as well. So while it just sounds fine, like, oh, I'll just bet on any other sport, there is a fraternity, there is a sorority, whatever you want to call it. There is a group of guys and gals that know what is going on with each other. And I do think that there are too many implications even to bet on other professional sports because you are in a club. You are in a very special, privileged club that has access to information none of us do. And you can spread that around to each other. So why is it okay? Why if you're just not in the NFL, you could, fine, bet on it. You got friends in the NFL. Most of these athletes
I'm
do.
pretty sure a lot of these dudes don't have friends that are playing, for the Lightning right now, or teams that are playing for the Golden Knights and stuff like that if you're an NBA or NFL player. I just don't see the point in potentially putting yourself in danger, Jonte Porter, by gambling on your own sport. That makes no sense.
Yeah,
and then it puts you in a light to where if Pete Rose had just gambled on football, he'd be in the Hall of Fame right now.
That's fair.
If he just gambled on football and baseball, we'd be talking about Pete Rose, Charlie Hustle being in the Hall of Fame, but he gambled on his own team and other teams, so he's not.
I think possibly if he had admitted it sooner, he'd be in the Hall of Fame. All right. The Hot 5 at 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon, online at victorricos.com. Coming up, do you like the decision by the NFL allowing players to wear Guardian caps during actual regular season games? You're listening to Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
The Fan
kickoffs, but one recently announced change actually on Friday during the NFL draft was made by Commissioner himself, Roger Goodell, the big cheese. He said that along with the announcement of at least hoping someday to go to an 18-game regular season and a 2-game preseason, with that, the Super Bowl would be pushed back a week because an extra bye week would need to be added. So that would essentially push the Super Bowl back to President's Day weekend, which would be awesome for the people that have President's Day off. I mean, essentially what we've been asking for years. We can all be hungover the day after the Super Bowl. That'd be great.
I got to work on President's Day, so.
I was going to say, we would have to work on President's Day.
You know what? Shut up. I'm a man of the people, guys.
Well, like,
right?
we work,
I care about everybody listening.
We work on Labor Day because there's all the college football games.
Damn right.
We would work on President's Day.
Hey, that's okay. We can be here, but every other, sports fan that's cozy in their bed and hungover can remain cozy in their bed and hungover. But along with that, Roger Goodell, in the same breath, was talking about Guardian caps. Guardian caps being allowed during regular season games, a big change coming to the league in 2024. Of course, I think most people listening know what Guardian caps are by now. They're the almost plasticky looking, like padded addition to the top of helmets.
Michelin Man,
yeah,
and then put it on your head. It
looks like a helmet condom.
It's an extra layer of protection.
It's like a hex pad for your helmet.
It does help as someone who's worn it.
Yeah. Okay, so you have how long did you wear it, Will?
Like 3 years, 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something that most college teams are wearing in practice nowadays. Yeah. That's pretty common. I don't know if the NFL players are. They probably are. It would make sense.
I think it is by choice in the NFL.
It's just an extra layer of protection. Now, that being said, I think the first thing that we did when we got those helmet covers was we would spread out 10 yards apart, run at each other, and then headbutt each other to see if it hurt or not. So there is that aspect of it, but it's all put in to stop concussions or help limit the amount of concussions. The thought process is that might limit the smaller hits, right? Like everyone sees the big knockout blows, the Sean Taylor running over the punter in the Pro Bowl and goes, that's how guys get concussions, when in reality, any offensive lineman, defensive lineman that's ever been tested has tested positive for CTE after the fact, right? Like when they've gone through and examined the brain, they all had CTE. Well, those O-linemen, they're not getting knocked out like that, right? They're not
a lot
taking
of huge
those big
crashes
hits.
right there, yeah.
But every single play, you're constantly banging your head. You can't play a good offensive lineman or a good defensive lineman where you're not hitting with your head unintentionally just because you are down so low and you're trying to strike up and on a rise. You're just going to hit people in the chest, in their face mask, their helmet. It happens. And so this would be a way of limiting and dulling some of those contacts.
Now, I'm curious, is this going to be something for every player, or is it going to be exclusively for, I don't think it's a problem for really offensive and defensive linemen. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Just considering everything that you've explained coming from a former lineman, right? That makes a lot of sense for offensive and defensive linemen to be able to kind of have that. I'm curious if this is something that they're going to make everyone do?
Well,
because if you only make the O&D line do it and then a guy gets a concussion, wouldn't they then sue you? Because they'd be like, well, it's important for these guys. Well, I got a concussion, I should be protected to the utmost degree. You know what I mean?
Well, I think in this, because the helmet technology is getting better, there is a part that says the NFL will exempt players from wearing Guardian caps if they use one of the new 6 helmet models identified by the league. So you guys are right. There are certain positions like the O-line and D-line that are mandated during training camp to wear this. Other players do have the option. And I do see a question on the Vancouver Ford text line. I want to see the logos put on helmet covers. Well, I was just
about to ask, like, are they going to be team colored or team, uniformed helmet covers? Like, if they are, if they're the same silver and black as a Raiders helmet, then cool. Like, if they're the same, blue as the Patriots colors, then cool. But if they're going to be these tacky, just black covers to go over helmets, NFL is all about marketing.
No, that is the plan, to put the logos and I believe to put the colors as well on the Guardian caps themselves. So it's going to be something new, but, if you want to, as
How
a
many
player,
fans are going to start rocking Guardian caps? Just those.
That's a good question. Well, see, and that brings me to another question, because yeah, you guys are right. The Guardian cap, it looks weird, and that's kind of where I'm at. Like, it looks weird, but it's extremely safe. I saw what was the movie Will Smith was in? It was a Concussion. Was that the name of it? But essentially, like, you saw the stories about the terrible, terrible cases of CTE. For guys under 50, under 60 years old, guys that should be able to have a normal life, and because of football, they don't. And this is awesome. I don't want that to happen to anybody anymore. I'm glad that we've gotten to a point where we can prevent that. The numbers here, Guardian caps previously mandated for certain positions during training camp in 22 and 23 resulted in a near 50% reduction in concussions. That's according to NFL EVP Jeff Miller. So there are numbers to support this here, but on the other side of things, my stupid fandom comes in, and you guys are saying, like, man, these Guardian caps might look a little weird. Like, are they going to have the logo on them? And I would assume there's going to be a bit of an adjustment period, but looking at them or watching them on the field. But I think if that's the only issue, then I'm probably being petty as a fan. But I do wonder, with that motivation, why aren't we just designing these under the helmets at this point? It would look like a little bit, I like somebody in the text line said, a Teletubby head on the Vancouver Ford text line. I think the NFL could get to a helmet that kind of looks like that, but it would look a heck of a lot better than a Guardian cap on top of a helmet. I know they're designing these. I know that they're spending millions upon tens of millions in R&D. It's the NFL. That's what they do. But I'm shocked in 2024 we haven't come up with a solution better than a cap over the actual helmet.
I mean, if that's going to help, because like you said, we know that helmet technology is much different, much more, improved since the late 90s, or even, the early 2000s. Like, we know that we've taken the concussion protocols and all of the signs and symptoms of a concussion. And the NFL has really done a better job over the last few years, is really taking that seriously and taking that to heart. So, like, I don't doubt that over the next few years, it depends on how it looks on TV. If it looks great on TV, then they'll keep it. If it looks stupid, then the NFL will go back and they'll change it, because they're all about aesthetically how it looks. And so I'll give it a few weeks before the NFL starts really tweaking things and trying to make them more team friendly or camera friendly or whatever the case is.
I'm a little surprised that they're willing to do it, not because it's necessarily like a safety issue, but because of the look. I know with a lot of the new one, like the one that Mahomes wears, the Exos or whatever, like, it is designed to have a version of the Guardian cap on the inside. That's why it looks so ridiculous. The other one
so high on his head.
Right. The other one you see like George Kittle wear, where it's almost looks like he's got like a hammerhead bill out at the front. A lot of the shuts, what they would do, or no, sorry, it's the Rydell. They have the little spot that's cut out in the middle that's supposed to give extra flex. I'm a little surprised that they are going to the Guardian cap, but something tells me that if that's what they're doing, it's because they see a lawsuit in the future. Like, if the NFL were to have another concussion issue and another lawsuit, because you're never going to get concussions out of the game, right? Like, that's always going to be there. And they find out that, hey, you let teams practice with the Guardian caps, you let guys do OTAs with Guardian caps and do all these other workouts with Guardian caps, and they can be proven with, scientific testing and different stuff like that to lessen the impact on concussions and lessen the impact on the brain, and they didn't use it, they can just get sued all over again, right? Because the whole thing was they knew about concussions and didn't do anything to fix it. So it might be more of, yeah, we don't like this, but right now it's the best that we can do until we get a better solution to go back to the normal helmet, and at least the normal helmet look.
Listen, it's always all good until one of your stars gets hurt via concussion.
Yeah.
Tua Tagovailoa, he went down with that concussion, and it stopped everybody, because at that point, the Dolphins were winning.
He went down with like 3 concussions.
And then he had 3 of them. And so, yeah, whenever you start having your stars, or at least people that are close to being stars, that having these injuries, then, things start changing. That whole you can't hit a quarterback in the knees, that changed after Brady got hurt.
Yep.
It's usually, it takes one of those star players for something to happen to make the rest of the league go, you know what, we need to revisit this
Well,
because this isn't working.
And it's obvious that, as we just said, the numbers show it. These Guardian caps are preventing cases like Mike Webster, Steelers former center, rest in peace. Dave Dewerson, Eagles star, rest in peace. So many guys from years past that we know what happened to them. And then you wonder, okay, the technology's getting better. Pat Mahomes, you brought up that helmet, and I love the Vancouver Ford text line, says it would look like the NFL Blitz big head cheat. Kind of, and that's sort of what Pat Mahomes' helmet looks like, but that's okay. And frankly, I don't think it's a problem to mandate every player to wear that type of helmet, and I wouldn't be surprised within the decade, Rashad, if that's what they're doing. All right, we got to move on, though. We got to get to some fun with audio. Colts GM Chris Ballard, he hates anonymous sources, and I've got to get on a soapbox about it. That's next. But first, here's Will with SportsCenter. with some effort.
You did?
On Friday night.
That's so cute.
They literally came to the arena asleep. It was like they showed up, walked around. Caleb Martin just didn't want to shoot for some reason. One of your best shooters not putting the ball up doesn't make sense to me, and you lose by like 30?
I think sometimes professional athletes won't admit it until much later, until you get your own podcast like Jeff Teague. But sometime we're not going to win this series. We're not going to win this game. Like, we'll give it the old college try and go out there and do that. But I think these guys make too much money in most cases to go out there and really give 110% every night in a playoff series to where you're not favored to win even a little bit. I don't know if they've been favored to win any of these games.
Oh, no. Significant underdogs in every one.
So they gave us the one win that they're going to have, and the rest of this is just a formality at this point.
All right, let's stop torturing ourselves with crappy teams in the NBA playoffs. Let's get into some fun with audio. Colts general manager Chris Ballard. He has gone viral through the weekend into today, talking about hating anonymous sources. I absolutely love this dude for the point that he makes here. It's something I firmly believed for a long time. Let's dive into exactly why he's right, but let's set this up first. So Ballard was being interviewed after the draft, and he was apparently not happy about some of the reports that surfaced about apparently the questionable character of one of Indy's draft picks. That was Texas wide receiver A.D. Mitchell, taken 52nd overall. Apparently, he dropped from the first to second round. First round talent coming in, A.D. Mitchell was, according to SB Nation, because one pre-draft report cited Mitchell, a type 1 diabetic, did not manage his condition well, and that could be the cause of friction. Quote, when his blood sugar's off, he's rude, abrasive, and doesn't pay attention in meetings. It's why you get really, really SE character reports coming out of Georgia and Texas. But when his stuff is normal, and they get him normal by lunchtime, he's out at practice, high energy, best practice player, loves football. Also went on to say that Mitchell's disregard for managing his blood sugar was likely a trait of being immature. Once again, these are just surfacing reports before the NFL draft about A.D. Mitchell, which the practice is pretty common. I mean, beyond anonymous sources in all of sports or in all of journalism in general, the reason that these stories are put out there, I think we all do know why. It's because teams are trying to get bigger talents to drop to them in the draft. Like, I would not be shocked if Bill Belichick was leaking things out about Aaron Hernandez himself if he could, to get that talent in the third or fourth round or whenever they ended up grabbing him. Teams love to do this. They don't want to spend a high pick on somebody they don't think they should, and this is a way to do that. Now, has Chris Ballard done that? I don't know. We can talk about that. But it's very frustrating to see these reports coming out, especially in Ballard's opinion about such a young kid. Listen to what he had to say on, I believe it was Saturday, after their first couple of rounds, talking about his top pick, A.D. Mitchell.
Matt.
Yeah, what's up?
Welcome to Indy, man. This is Chris Ballard, GM.
Oh, that's him.
You right here, man.
That's him calling a player, actually.
Absolutely.
That's okay. We can get the... we'll search for, go to, let's see, I believe it would be same set of cuts that I told you to search for. It'll be in that one as well. He'll get that in just a second. We got to hear it, though, because Chris Ballard essentially went off on the media and has a point here that I absolutely agree with. It's something, Rashad, that I just don't like about the world of sports and reporting in general, and that's anonymous sources being used to shift narratives and make people believe something when it's absolutely not true. I believe there should be the truth of a situation, not a narrative surrounding, what the truth could be. So here's the actual clip.
I don't know. I mean, I read some of the bullshit that was said on TV. I mean, just the typical, excuse my language, our typical league, unnamed sources, bad interview. That's such bullshit. I mean, it is. It's bullshit. Like, put your name on it. I'm tired of, we tear these young men down. These are 21, 22 young men. And if people out there can tell me they're perfect in their lives, it's crap. It's crap. This is a good kid. And, for those reports to come out, like, I said it last year, it's bullshit. I'm sorry. I apologize for the language. I don't, but I do.
So I counted 7 expletives
That was
in
awesome.
between there. That was awesome. And I'll be honest, man, I'm right there with him, for a lot of different reasons. Number one, who's your source? Cite your source. If you're talking about some random person who's around, or they heard this from a friend or a boyfriend or anybody else, like who are we getting this information from? And number two, like I know people with LBS, with low blood sugar, like being irritable, having trouble concentrating, being confused when you're like, all these things are symptoms of having low blood sugar. These are things that happen, and I can't fault anybody for having low blood sugar, like I wouldn't fault an alcoholic. This is something that you have to live with, for the rest of your life.
Well, a young kid likes to eat sugar. Oh my God!
Well, not
like,
even
what a
likes. It's
shock.
not even a thing about liking to eat sugar.
Well, no, but if
it's
you're you're managing diabetes, but a 22-year-old kid, they probably I don't have the best diet when I'm 22. Who does? I still don't have it now.
So there are a lot of people that aren't diabetic that when they don't eat, and we know a bunch of these. I'm pretty sure, Will, you know some people like this. Jordan, you know when they don't eat, they're a different person. They need to get something in their stomach. Otherwise, they're just not going to be a very, a fun person to be around for a little bit. And so I mean, you could have come up with a lot better critique of this player for anything. But if this is the biggest issue they have an issue with their low blood sugar from time to time, and that's why you wouldn't want to draft him, like that's, to quote Jordan Schultz, bullsh.
I appreciate you.
Crazy.
That's an Isaac Ropp quote. Bullsh.
Well, Isaac Ropp as well.
Yeah,
Bullsh.
I hate anonymous reports. I cannot stand when those are the sources and literally
put your name on it.
Yeah, like the only source, not just one of several, but like it's the headline. I just can't freaking stand that. And usually when their GMs trying to put this stuff out, team employees, players themselves, agents trying to control a narrative, like I said, there should never be a narrative. There should just be the truth, right? I just, call me stupid, but that's the way that I do believe we should work as humans. Humans are too stupid. That's why we try to form narratives. If the truth were just out there, I really think we'd be a little bit smarter as a society, but it just really... It is the baseline of why I believe that any source that provides like incorrect info, for instance, when Shams Charania put that stuff out there about the Blazers, quote unquote, mishandling Gary Payton Jr. and causing him to get injured, most likely from a source within the Golden State Warriors organization just trying to take a shot at the Blazers, it was found out to be literally not true. And Shams kind of looks like an idiot because of that, but nobody really cares. Moves on. He gets to put the next story out there, and that is all because of these anonymous reports, because of people trying to move the needle, and others like reporters Shams Charania, Adrian Wojnarowski, they base their careers on this. They literally make a career by being friendly to certain people, and then they help them disseminate that ill-motivated information from somebody. It is complete bullshit. That's my Schultzy soapbox. I don't want to get too high on it, but I can't stand this. And I love what Chris Ballard is saying here. Obviously, for the case of this young kid and knocking on a younger guy, like I love the text line says, I'm waiting for I'm a man. I'm 40. Exactly. Like, don't come at the kid. Come at me. I'm a man. That's who you should be. That's who you should be coming at.
Oh, Gundy, that was a great one.
Oh, Mike Gundy, still there at Oklahoma
Talk
State.
to me. I'm a man.
After all these
talk
years.
about viral moments. Like that was one of them right there.
All right, we only have a few minutes left, so we have got to get into the Oregon Ducks spring football game. There was so much going on over the weekend. You may have forgotten it happened, but it did. Who were the studs? Who won? If you guys were interested, and you didn't know who won the Oregon spring game, it was Oregon.
There's a game.
We'll tell you the biggest takeaways and go over everything we saw on Saturday coming up next. It's 5:48 on the Fan. teammates playing themselves.
Who's pause? Whoa. Who really gets jacked for like scrimmage games, right? Like preseason games. Like, oh man, the Blazers are playing the French national team.
I think the
today
kids,
in the preseason.
I think the families, the ones that don't normally maybe make it out to a game. I would always notice like people that because I had season tickets as a kid. There were people that just didn't normally go to games. Like they'd show up to the PSU.
Well, they're different. Like for just small families or young families and young kids, like that part makes sense. You're just happy to be out at a sporting event like that. That part makes sense. But I'm talking about guys like us. Like you're a diehard sports fan. Do you really care about how the Ducks did at their spring game against each other?
I mean, to a point, but I also know, as you said a couple of minutes ago during our Mod SpeedyX report, it is a spring game.
Right.
This is a practice. This is one point in the year where they literally get together before a 2-month break or so, and then training camp happens. So this is kind of just dipping your toes in the water. If you're a program, you're trying to get everybody together. Dan Lanning wants them to play fast, and they did. We'll get into it. There were a lot of good players to look at, and frankly, a lot of big plays. I mean, I saw Tez Johnson catching a couple of big balls. I think the first one was like a first down from Dylan Gabriel, like up the seam, 15 yards. I mean, it looked pretty much like Oregon was settling right back in, at least most of the time. But of course, it's a spring game. There's going to be issues. It's going to get a little shaky at times. That's what it is.
Yeah, and I mean, I think sometimes it's almost watching like Pro Bowl football. Like, I mean,
yeah,
you don't want to get each other hurt, right? You want to make sure that you've got all those pieces going into a year that, to be real, you're going to need every single advantage that you have as you move into this Big Ten schedule.
Even still, 3 Ducks did get hurt. So you're right, Rich.
Yeah,
you don't want
to. And that's what I'm, you don't want to go out there and potentially, like, Will mentioned earlier, Sean Taylor in the Pro Bowl getting somebody hurt. Like, that's not really what you want in that game. So it's tough to have like a huge takeaway from what you saw, so because the corners and your pass rush, that's going to be much faster, much more intense once you're playing, let's say, a Michigan or let's say an Iowa on the other side of that. You understand that people are going to be a lot more enthused to play. I'm not sure how, and I, have a stepdaughter who's now 19 who was at that game and didn't really take anything away from it. It was like, oh, it was cool to be there. It was a spring game. It's fun stuff to do, but it's tough for me to have real takeaways from like preseason games or a spring game like this one.
Well, especially in that spring game where like one team has half of the starting O-line and the other team has the other half of the starting O-line. Yeah. The spring game is a way to kind of, sort of showcase your talent, kind of, sort of see if, hey, is this guy a gamer or not? The true stars, Dylan Gabriel might have taken it more serious than he normally would because he's a transfer in quarterback. But if that would have been like Bo Nix last year, Bo Nix might not even play in the game. The spring game is really to see what you have in the first year's, the redshirt freshmen, or the guys who are like a sophomore, but they're still a backup. Like, is this a guy that we want to keep on our team? Do we see like some growth? Do we see him as potentially filling out a role here in a year or two? Or is this a guy that we need to actively de-recruit from our team because he's just not going to play and he's taking up a roster spot right now?
And Gabriel had to play well because, number one, his predecessor just went 12th overall right before that, a couple days before that. So you would hope that he came out there guns a-blazing and was ready to play. But I don't know. It's just tough to, like, even the Blazers, like, Fan Fest thing that they do at the beginning of the season, where it's like a white versus red team or red versus black. Like, it's tough to get up for that because what am I really looking at here?
No, it's true. And you look at the final score, which was 28-17. I think there was like a long touchdown run that was called back at the end, or they didn't actually add it to the final score because the players just let them run in. So that's what I'm saying. It's like the score doesn't even really matter. What matters is some of the individual performances that you saw, or at least just the looks that you got at guys during the actual scrimmage itself. We need to replace a lot of holes in the backfield. We were just talking about guys going to the NFL draft, and when you lose 2 big pieces like you did, and then you got Evan Williams gone, you got so many other guys thankfully coming in to try to replace that, not only on the defensive backfield, but on the offensive side for wide receivers as well. I mean, there's holes to fill. That's kind of what you're looking at, trying to see what guys did. So trying to see here on the offense, Dylan Gabriel did well. 163 yards, a couple touchdowns. On the other side, Dante Moore and Austin Novosad played on one team themselves. Neither of them threw touchdowns, but they actually looked really good at quarterback. And I feel like made it harder for some of these new transfer defensive backs to come in. And maybe that's one of the reasons some people are like, oh, there's a question there. But that's the thing. It felt like at different times of the game, both sides succeeded in different ways.
Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, I think when you look at this new Oregon team, each year they get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, absolutely.
What I've noticed is the Chip Kelly speed kills days are gone. Not that they don't have speed,
but not up front where they were at offensive line and stuff.
Right. Like a lot of people want to complain about the Mario Cristobal years. Mario Cristobal did one really gigantic thing for Oregon, and that's get in quality offensive linemen. And that's what you're seeing. Like Jackson Powers Johnson, that's a Mario Cristobal guy, Alex Forsythe, that's a Mario Cristobal guy. Now, some of these guys are starting to become more Dan Lanning guys, right? Because he's gotten a lot of transfers in. But what Lanning is doing is he's seeing what Mario did in building that position and building up. And then defensively, he's just taking what he did at Georgia and he's getting those same recruits or same style of recruit to come over and join his team down in Eugene. I really, really like what they're doing. Like when you looked at last season, Jeffrey Bassa was all over the place, and he should have been because he's a really darn good football player. The irony is what I'm hearing out of like spring ball camps. It's not that he's playing worse. In fact, he's had a better offseason. He's improved his skills, but you're not seeing Jeffrey Bassa as much because you have other guys on the D line and at that linebacker position that are also making plays, right? Like, I remember in the Seattle Seahawks days, it was if Bobby Wagner didn't make a big stop after the Legion of Boom time, but before he leaves the first time. So in that little transition period where Sherman's gone, Chancellor's gone, Thomas is still there, but he's banged up, Michael Bennett's gone, Cliff Avrill's gone. It was if Bobby made the play, they were solid. If Bobby doesn't make the play, that guy could be running forever. Now, it wasn't quite to that extreme with Jeffrey Bassa at the middle linebacker spot, but it definitely was a big key of Jeffrey Bassa has to have a big game tackling. And this year, you might not have to rely on him as much as you have in the past because you have so much skill in other spots.
They still got Justin Jacobs around, too. And yeah, the guys, we did see Kobe Savage go out with an injury yesterday, one of the new senior transfer backs in the defensive side. But Dan Lanning did say none of the guys that were injured. It was actually a couple of wide receivers. Let's see here. Yeah, Jurion Dickey and Trayshawn Holden marked it down. They went out with injuries along with safety Kobe Savage, but thankfully Dan Lanning said that there's no long-term effects there, at least expected to be. But him, along with Jabbar Muhammad and Brandon Johnson out there, basically filling those holes. Like I said, it's a battle all day, and the wide receivers lining up. I heard Dusty say it earlier perfectly on Danny and Dusty. You're lining up against these guys for weeks. You know what they're going to do on both sides. Dylan Gabriel's been throwing the ball to these guys for weeks, so these DBs know what Dylan Gabriel looks like when he's throwing the ball, knows where he's tracking a little bit with his eyes. So it's not surprising to see the game so close, but it was entertaining and nice to see the Ducks getting going and filling holes at the defensive back, but also just their deep wide receiver room, their deep tight end room, their deep quarterback room, Rashad. The Ducks, I believe in the Big Ten. They're going to make some waves in their first year. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, says they're not competing for a Big Ten championship. Yes, they are. They're absolutely going and competing.
I think they're going to compete for a Big Ten championship for about the first maybe 7 weeks of the season. But after that, I don't know. Once you have to play, and I'm not sure what the schedule looks like. Forgive me, I'm not looking at it now. But with Michigan and Ohio State on your schedule every year, it's going to be a dogfight for you to do that. I just wish that college football had at least a jamboree game or something similar to that, to where they can kind of work out the kinks before week one.
Nice to see Dylan Gabriel having that little quick step, too, that Sean Payton referred to Bo Nix having. I think it's easy to see why Dan Lanning brought Dylan Gabriel in, and that, to me, makes the transition super smooth for the quarterback position, which is really important for the Ducks. But once again, just spring, so try to stop getting too high on the horse about it. All right, we are done talking sports. Let's have some fun, all right? Let's get to the club. Let's talk. I've been talking with my wife about our first cars lately, so I kind of wanted to let that conversation spill into the show and ask you guys about it. A new Austin Powers movie is possibly in the works. Can that even be made today? We'll talk about that. The Juice's cause of death has been made official, and Southwest Airline possibly doing away with their open seating policy. Uh-oh. Club is next on Primetime on 1080 The Fan. throw this into the club as well. Club question on the Vancouver Ford text line. You get to eat only the cuisine of one continent for an entire month. What do you choose? Now, I'm tempted to say, let's change this to country, because I do feel like continent is a little bit... Like North America, you've got so many options that I don't feel like, Mexico's food's going to jive with, like, the United States' options. Like, if I'm looking at like Europe, for instance, I can get, Swedish food, Italian food, and all kinds of food rolled into one. So,
well, what's American food?
Yeah, that's also a good question. Apple pie and hot dogs? Like,
yeah.
Because that's actually a crappy... No thanks. If that's a representation for us, then I'd like something better.
Weren't wings, like, made in Buffalo? Like
Buffalo wings were, yes.
Okay, so there's wings.
So we got buffalo wings.
Yeah, that's we'd have to really talk about what American cuisine is, because think about all the cool stuff that we love about America.
Yeah,
pizza, Italian,
but
nachos, Mexican.
What is stuffed crust pizza? Because I am a massive...
It's still pizza.
Exactly, but it wasn't invented. Stuffed crust was not invented in Italy. It was invented in America. I believe Pizza Hut actually patented that, and that's why it took like 20 years for other companies to figure out the technology or pay the fee to get the...
Sorry, the scientists at Pizza Hut created that?
Shut up.
Scientists at Pizza Hut.
They actually have food
R&D.
scientists.
That's right,
that
they engineered it. You're right, the scientists.
There are literal food scientists that they employ.
Please address the scientists on Scientist Day.
You know what, dude?
All right, man.
They have to have biotech degrees to do that job. They are scientists.
Yeah, I'm sure the kid in high
Dr.
school has
Ortner.
a biotech degree.
I'm
sure Steve, working down at the local Pizza Hut, is killing it in the science department.
Talking about the food scientists.
Probably working his way
jerk.
through school.
There's a lot of potheads then that are claiming science to be scientists.
I know some really smart potheads, though. Super smart. Probably could be a scientist.
Yeah, I mean, Elon Musk.
There you go. That's one.
He's not a
sure.
pothead. He smoked a joint once or a blunt once on Joe Rogan's
In the
podcast.
70s, he'd
Believed
be
it?
classified reefer madness, bro.
Wait,
Read up, man.
I've seen the documentary from the 30s, Reefer Madness, but I don't know what you're talking about other than that.
Scientists wouldn't do that.
Watch the movie? I don't even know. You're going right over my head with this.
No,
dude.
he wouldn't use performance enhancers like that. No self-respecting scientist would do that.
Do you think weed is considered a performance enhancer for scientists?
Well, in general, I
Depends
don't
on
think
the
it is.
science.
To quote
We've
Rob,
all got a little bit smarter, asked ourselves a few questions that we maybe wouldn't have asked ourselves otherwise if we weren't
The food
smoking
science,
the hashish.
food sciences, I would agree that would be an improvement.
There was a joke by Robin Williams, rest in peace, one of his very funny stand-up bits, talking about, I can't remember the name of the Olympian snowboarder, but he had his gold medal taken away from him because of a marijuana test. And I remember Robin kind of just leaning into like, no, that's absolutely by no means a performance enhancer unless there's a chocolate bar that's like gigantic size at the bottom of the run or something. There's no way that's an actual performance enhancer. I mean, I guess by that stress, like NBA guys smoking weed because they don't test for that now in the NBA and NFL. That's a technical performance enhancer, right?
Is it?
It's not. It's not.
Because hooping would make it harder depending on who you are.
Well, that's the thing. Some people, we're all different, right? There's no standard level here. So
I've tried to play stoned one time in my life, a couple times in my life, and it was awful, like god awful, like the worst basketball player you ever want to see in your life. When I was stoned, there are some people that, man, they play so much better. I have a buddy who was like, man, everything slows down for me. And I was like, that's crazy because
that's good for you.
Everything slows down for me, but I'm going slow with it, so it doesn't help.
I feel like he just has talent because that's happened. I've had those moments where I'm on the court where like maybe once or twice in my life everything slowed down. And it was just because like it all came together for me. And I'm like, is this how pro athletes feel all the time?
Playing with those 7th graders at the park, man. You know what I'm saying? Got on the court and everything was just slow motion for me. It'd be like that.
Oh, what with the 7th graders? You're
Yeah.
like Dwight Schrute knocking out those kids
Absolutely.
in the dojo?
Absolutely.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely. We shouldn't have came over here to play.
Yeah, so I don't really know as far as continents and food what I'd pick. One texter says it's Asia, and it's not close, that there would be a lot of good options there. You're not wrong.
I'm thinking about Asia is...
Sushi.
We're going
Yes,
to go ahead and
please.
just eliminate Europe now. I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
No Italian?
Well, see, but that's that. I would love Italian, and I guess I don't know what's the fare in Amsterdam. What do they eat there? Because you can go there and smoke. That's a positive.
Well, and
but I don't know what the cuisine is.
What are they
also
known
taking
for
away
in
Germany.
what are they known for in the Netherlands?
Weed and prostitutes. I don't know what the food. I don't think they're known for food.
Sign me up
So
for
I
the
don't think-
Netherlands.
I was
then.
like, I don't think those are foods.
Well, it
one
depends on who you talk
yeah,
to.
one of them kind of could be considered if you're depending. I don't know. No, but the Italian thing, I'd love some good pizza, but I love stuffed crust pizza, and I grew up. That's probably still my favorite food to this day, other than like maybe a good chicken cordon bleu. Yeah, chicken stuffed with blue cheese and ham, or cheese and ham, whichever you want to do. Yummy.
I'm probably end up going South America. I mean, I feel like there'll be some pretty good food. Anytime I've been, South America, food has been awesome. So that's the one worry that I never had. I was in Europe and lost weight because I couldn't. I was in London. It was like everything was gross.
No
Then got to
dino
Germany.
nuggies?
No. Then got to Germany and everything was equally as gross. At least just for me. Not saying all the food is nasty, but at least for me it was. I'm probably going to go ahead and say South America.
Does Mexico, is that like Central America? Are we doing that?
No, that's not a continent. It's North. See, this is what I'm saying. This comes
First
the
we have
problem.
to go through the figure out our
continents, yeah.
continents again. So.
No, there is no Central American continent.
I know, but people talk about North, South, and Central America because there is a clear difference
You're
between
I
Canada
guess,
and Mexico.
I guess Mexico is still considered North America.
Yeah, so if we're saying like North America, you're cutting the line off down at like Panama or whatever, then I'm taking North American food because I love Mexican food. I love buffalo wings. Like, I love those types of foods. Totally cool with it. Let's stay there. But if you're saying like, hey, we're going to split it into Central America, well, then I'm going to go to Central America. I want the Latin American food.
So I guess that's the big question is like, that's what we're trying to figure out. What is American food? Like something that we can say it's like
large
pretzels?
But pretzels are German,
no,
aren't they?
but everything for
Elephant
America
ears?
is done in bulk, in excess. So everything is that much bigger. We've seen all those things to where it's like, oh, I went to a KFC in Japan, and this is what I got. This was their large, which was a 12-ounce cup.
Here,
and then American's large is a 64-ounce cup, So
Did we get barbecue? We got to get barbecue.
We have to
get barbecue and like buffalo wings.
Who invented barbecue? Like which country invented
Well, I
barbecue?
mean, there's Korean barbecue, but there's a clear
Yeah, we
line
have-
of delineation between Korean barbecue
Which continent was the
and our
first to
barbecue.
put fire to meat?
We have
and
it.
say this
well,
is barbecue.
Back then, I don't know who first called it
We
barbecue.
got to figure it out.
But we've got at least 4 different types. No, I think 4 actually. 4 types of barbecue here in these United States. You got like Kentucky, or no, Carolina barbecue, Texas barbecue. No, I think Kentucky sweet barbecue.
Nashville,
yeah. The Kentucky one might be wrong.
or
but
Memphis,
Memphis, that's what it is. Yeah, Memphis is that other one. And one's got a little vinegary. I think that's the Carolina one. A little vinegary flavor.
which I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, Texas. I believe it's just straight barbecue as you can get. And then the sweeter one would be like I swear, it's not Kentucky. I got to look that up. But yeah, Memphis, I believe, has a little bit of spice in that barbecue.
Yeah, a little dry rub and stuff like that. So if barbecue is, I'm sitting here now as I'm searching through my phone trying to figure out a good soul food. I haven't had it for a minute, but like, what's a good soul food spot? What's a good barbecue spot to go to right now? And everywhere is freaking closed. It's Monday. I'm like, why are we closed right now at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock?
Kansas City barbecue instead of
Kansas
Kentucky
City.
barbecue. That's
Kansas City
screwing up.
barbecue is fire.
Yeah.
Haven't had Kansas City barbecue. Haven't had authentic Kansas City barbecue like in Kansas City. However, been able to have some pretty much everywhere else.
One of the lucky natures of being a Central Washington Wildcat was I did play down in Kansas City a couple times.
Oh.
Great barbecue. That's where I discovered burnt ends.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
So over. I'll tell you what, though. Don't go to an Irish pub and order the brisket. It's a different brisket.
I'm sure.
Yeah, it's not your American-style brisket. Vancouver Ford text line saying, actually, some very helpful tips about, like, countries and food. American steak and potatoes, burgers and dogs, I would agree. What about Thanksgiving dinner
Aren't
for
burgers
American
from
food?
like Hamburg or something like that?
I thought that the sandwich was first invented because the hamburger didn't come out until the sandwich. And the sandwich was invented in the Sandwich Islands, which are Hawaii. So that was, I think, in like the 15 or 1600s. So the burger came at some point after that. There's an old spot in Connecticut, I believe, that claims they served one of the first burger in America, or some of the first burgers.
I saw how they made it.
Yeah.
Trash. No thanks.
Yeah, it does look a little like I need a little bit of sauce on that. I don't need just your flavors and your onions. No thanks.
Yeah,
and I'm a no onions guy for my burger, by the way.
Let's just put some mustard on here, and that's a burger. No, thank you.
Slow smoked American barbecue has its roots in West Africa, according to the Vancouver Ford text line. That is something I did not know.
Not shocking, though.
No, but it is not shocking at all. My wife is Dutch. They love black licorice, pickled herring, and kale. Nothing to write home about. Yeah, Dutch is out. Dutch food is out.
Yeah, no, thank you. You lost me when you said black licorice. I can do with the pickled herring. Black licorice, hard pass.
All right, we'll continue this yummy food talk and get into the Southwest Airlines possible change of their boarding process. Could they be getting rid of open seating? That's something that would be a big blow to the airline industry. We'll get to that next in the club here on Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now Window Nation brings you the window into the Fan. On-demand YouTube video shorts with your favorite fan shows and hosts. The window into the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation. Get 50% off all styles of windows. Plus, pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years at windownation.com. Watch Window Nation's Window into the Fan every day on YouTube with 1080. Peekaboo! The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
Northbound 5 right at Piedmont. That's the site of a solo car crash on the right-hand shoulder, causing a little bit of a slowdown. Back from the heart of downtown Rip City, Sunset Highway eastbound a little sluggish as well.
This traffic report brought to you by
The Farmer's Dog. From better poops to more energy. When you
is pretty phenomenal. It depends on what you want. Like, you can go to a street like Alberta Street or Mississippi Street, and you can find a bunch of great restaurants. There's an Italian place called Tartuca, I think it's what it's called, and they have this pizza there that's phenomenal. It has like this lamb sausage on it and everything, and these pickled onions. It is fire, super fire. You definitely got to try that, and then if you want good barbecue, if you want all that stuff, up and down places like Mississippi, up and down Alberta Street, you're bound to find something that you would like. For sure.
I gotta eventually do that. I've done a lot of bar crawls, and so I've seen the different bar options around. I'm really excited for Saturday. We're gonna try, me and my buddies, we're gonna try and find a spot for Cinco. I know it's not Cinco, but
it's my birthday actually.
Right?
Cinco de Mayo is my birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
They throw a big party for me downtown and everything. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's just for you. It's
just
not for anyone
that
else.
must feel
or for
so
any other
good.
reason.
It really does. It really does.
But that's one. That is one that I'm a little excited for. We did the same thing for St. Patty's Day. St. Patty's Day, we went down to there's a couple different Irish pubs down in Portland that we went and checked out. It was a really good time. So I know that I'm in the wrong for not coming across the water. It's just you didn't do it in high school and then you moved back, so you got all the places that you can go.
If you get a chance, man, and I'm sure you probably haven't been there either. Go to 9th in Alberta.
Mm-hmm.
There's a store. It's called forget the name of the store, Market. We call it Jack's though. And
Jack's?
so Jack's Chicken, and it's just this little corner store that happens to sell, fried chicken and JoJo's and stuff like that.
Oh my God!
Been a
yes,
staple
please.
in Portland for years. Alberta Street Market. Well, I can't remember the name of it, but some of the best chicken, in Portland. I would say rivals Popeyes, but Popeyes is Popeyes.
Well, they're also a global conglomerate.
Yeah. Go to Jack's.
I need to find more local eateries. When I don't know about what you guys do with this, but when I go somewhere different, right?
First time trying a new spot.
I'm not eating anything I can get at home or anywhere. If I'm going to a spot, I went to New York, I'm not trying anything that is a chain in any way. The only chain that I did try when I went to Virginia was Waffle House, because I'm not going to get anywhere. I'm not going to get anywhere near a Waffle House. Got to try it. Same thing in Texas with a Whataburger, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be anywhere near a Whataburger. I got to go do that. But other than that, it is what can I get into that is local, and I'm going to ask locals hey, where do I need to go try? Just give me your best restaurant. I don't care if you're I don't know that he'll Nigerian food, or I don't know if he'll what's going on. We've got a bunch of Spanish food from Spain. Maybe he won't like that. Just give it to me and let me go try it.
Right.
Let me figure it out.
My wife and I have a running list of all of the spots that we've seen that we want to eat at in different cities. I'm showing this to Rashad right
Super
now.
smart.
We are literally as we watch Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, or any of the other whatever shows for restaurants on Food Network are. It's always being added to the list if we see something, because I'm too ADHD. I'll just forget it. And we've probably got 200 spots to try to hit all around the country, and we'll never get to all of them.
Well, I can't wait till we wrap here, because I'm definitely getting food from somewhere.
Yeah, gosh, I gotta go get some.
I have a carne asada burrito at home.
Oh, see?
I was thinking burritos too.
I had Mexican last night, so I had some lengua tacos and cabeza.
See, there you go.
Awesome.
I've also got some chicken marinating. I'm trying to attempt to learn to cook.
Very good, man.
That's awesome.
That's what you need to do.
The ladies will
It'll
love
take
you.
no time at all.
It would be better if I had a cookbook, but I don't have one.
Yes, you do. It's called the internet.
Yeah, dude.
That's true.
You got YouTube.
I just don't use that.
You should. It taught me how to make the best eggnog. Alcoholic every Christmas. It's amazing. Just go to YouTube. That's all the help you need. All right, we will get to the policy that Southwest Airlines is changing. They have been the only airline to this point in history that has allowed open seating on their planes. That might change.
Pambiche Cuban restaurant, eh?
Palm-Beach?
Palm-Beach.
No, Palm-Beach is a good spot.
Palm-Beach.
Yes.
Okay.
Palm-Beach is a good
Shout
spot.
out to my guy Jesse Osmond, who let me know about that.
No, my wife Kendall loves a good Cubano from there. Oh my goodness, it's one of our spots we take people out of town to, because, like Will said, it's somewhere somewhere you can go where you can't get it anywhere else, and that's why we try to bring them there. All right, so yeah, we'll get into the Southwest Airlines story coming up next, but first, here's Will with a sports update. Will was just telling us off air about a planned trip to Las Vegas this summer. It sounds
Kind of
amazing.
jealous, actually.
I mean, so what is this called? This is the stadium, what, Rashad, that you're talking about?
There's a hotel called Circa, which is in downtown Las Vegas, kind of the old town. It's a new hotel, and there's a swimming pool that they have called Stadium Swim, and it's a pool / sports book.
A pool and a sports book.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, there are all these pools, like kind of like these, almost like, I won't call them wading pools, but they're, it's not like a big pool that you'll find at like a Caesars or something like that.
But you can swim.
But you can swim there. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So I got a chance to watch the Kentucky Derby from the pool. There are these cool cabanas that you can kind of rent out to be able to kind of chill there while you also swim. You can order food. You can order alcohol. It was one of the coolest things, and it's the very top of the casino. So it was one of the coolest things I had seen. I got a chance to see the Las Vegas Aces during their Stanley Cup run,
yeah.
And I got a chance to watch the Kentucky Derby. Like, you get a chance to go to Stadium Swim at Circa Hotel. Super cool.
That sounds like the perfect spot for every couple going to Vegas.
Everybody.
I mean, seriously,
Everybody.
So the ladies or the people that don't like gambling can swim, and the dudes or the others that do like gambling can go place their tickets and then walk back out to the cabana with their ciggos or their buddies.
Oh, let me go get you some food or get you some everything. I don't have to leave the bar. I don't have to leave that section to do that. And if you do get the cabana, you can go ahead and order, food, in bulk or stuff like that for that. So it's an awesome place. They also have this really, I want to say, one of the biggest sports books in the world, or at least in Vegas, at at their actual sports book at Circa. Man, it is a super cool hotel. I wasn't expecting it to be in Old Town Las Vegas.
Talk about the best ways to get me to spend my money. Oh,
and
my
Snoop
goodness.
has in Vegas
right there.
Snoop has a hot dog restaurant.
I don't so much care about that.
Random enough. It's actually really good hot dogs. Who knew?
I'm glad. He doesn't need any more branding I mean, he's selling like 6 other things already. I don't think he needs a hot dog
It's called
shop.
hustling, man. It's
Hustling?
called hustling.
Give me a hustling dog.
Snoop is going to make his money regardless. He's selling shape-ups right now for Skechers.
Oh, you mean like when he went smokeless?
Went smokeless, had the whole world thinking Snoop had put down the ganja. Turns out, man, he was just selling grills.
I literally said that here on Primetime. Isaac had this in the club when it came out. He's like, oh, Snoop's done smoking. I'm like, no, he's not. This is a ploy to sell something. And lo and behold, it was it's like, you really think Snoop's going to quit the blunt? No.
Blunts are fun, man.
Blunts are fun.
I get it, man.
It's literally his image. I mean, I know Willie Nelson, because he's very old, doesn't smoke nearly at all anymore. I think he just totally quit.
I don't believe it.
When you get to a certain point, I mean, I think you do kind of trade off, like, do I want to be high or do I want to live longer? Because there is kind of an issue with your lungs as you get to like 70 and 80 putting that stuff in there.
Willie's what, 90? I'm sure he's not thinking about that anymore. He's lived a long, profitable life.
One thing that I don't think Willie Nelson ever does is get on airplanes. I believe he does live or hangs out like on that tour bus of his, and when he does go to concerts, it's kind of a roll to that concert like John Madden did, just never got on airplanes. Willie Nelson isn't scared of airplanes, I don't think John Madden was, but yeah, just travels on any way but an airplane, and that's probably smart. It's definitely gotten a bit crazier in the skies, I would say, since the pandemic happened, and with this article from USA Today about Southwest Airlines, and Will, you better listen, or anybody else that has a Southwest Airlines card or likes to fly them, big changes coming your way. Southwest Airlines considering doing away with open single-class seating on its aircraft. If you don't know about Southwest Airlines, they are essentially the only airline that does open seating. They don't do groups of boarding. They essentially let you all on, and it's free-for-all, get your seat. And it's not necessarily been the best practice for some of their customers. Others, Rashad, you were telling me you love Southwest.
Southwest
I
is
love
cool.
Southwest.
And Will loves Southwest.
Yeah, I've been
Bags
flying
fly
Southwest.
free. What you mean?
I'm flying Southwest in June to go on the bachelor party.
Well, in an interview with CNBC today, their CEO, Bob Jordan, said the company is weighing options for cabin reconfiguration to address its recent revenue shortfall, which is code for, we need more money and we're going to charge you soon. That's essentially what's going to happen. So they do have, I believe, you guys have to correct me on this because I never fly Southwest. they have like one seat available, no extra leg room, but they also don't they have a couple of rows of like a faux first class, like it's a little bit wider, it's a little bit more comfortable.
Yes and
I
no.
don't know. I don't get to sit there.
I mean, yeah, I don't sit there either. The front, the front of the cabin, like there's gonna be the very front row. You're gonna have more leg room, and then if you are in an exit row, that's the middle class, first class. Aside from that, I mean, it's pretty much a normal plane. It's all pretty much the same, which is kind of the beauty of it. It's why I always like to fly Southwest. It's cheaper. I can afford it. And I'm not flying like really across the country. So like, let's just get under our seat and I'll watch a movie for 2 hours and then I'll land where I need to be.
I don't know about you. When I fly, I'm a Tylenol PM type of guy.
Just knock yourself
go to sleep.
out.
I can't sleep.
I don't want to be awake for any of this stuff. I want to wake up and be there.
Unfortunately, I can't do it. I just download an action movie. I do like The Expendables or Extraction.
Yeah, I have to watch stuff. I'll try to get work done, but then I'll just get too distracted because it's just not a great space to get work done unless you have elbow room like you're in first class, which costs too much money. So I just end up watching stuff.
I pop 2 Tylenol PM just as I'm boarding. They call my section. I'll take those as I'm standing in line. By the time I'm in my seat, we get ready to take off. I'm getting a little sleepy here. Wake up. Oh, we're in Vegas. We're in LA. Let's go.
No, there you go. See, I can't even drink. Like, if I drink on or before the flight, I'll get sick. I can't do that.
I've actually started to discover that too. I might be able to do 1 or 2, or it's got to be like the perfect like time for me to get drinking. But and I'm talking like I'm in the mood, I'm feeling good, I'm well slept, because otherwise I'm just gonna start to feel sick very quickly.
I can't even do it. Like, I can't have a beer. Like, it's brutal.
Getting old sucks, Will. Welcome.
Yep.
Customer preferences.
26.
Yeah, so old. Customer preferences apparently are one of the reasons that the Southwest Airlines change could be happening, because right now the only reliable way for Southwest customers to get their seating preference is to pay extra for an earlier boarding position. And so that's kind of what you guys are talking about. You don't do that. You just hop on. There are people that would pay for those seats, but most of Southwest's passengers do not. But it sounds like they are going to start, I would assume, getting closer to like tiers of boarding. You could pay $10 to be in the last tier, $30 to be in the next last tier, something like that. There's not going to be a total switch to the exact way like Delta and United and Alaska do things, but I would say it's going to be similar, right?
I think that's how a lot of airlines do it. It's like, the further and further you get towards the back of the plane, the cheaper some of those seats get. So I want to be in an exit row. Sorry, I'm long. The chances of us having let me take that back, because right now we're seeing all these issues with planes happening, but I need leg room. Will and I both. Will,
we need leg room.
You're what, 6'5", Will?
Yeah.
6'3". So yeah, I need to be able to stretch.
Well, see, and I'm chubby. I don't need leg room because I've got like the upper torso of a swimmer and the legs of a short, stubby, tiny person. But so I'm like way short.
Elbow room.
Yeah, it's my elbows. It's my very wide frame that needs the room. So I just don't think I've never flew Southwest. I don't think this is going to be a fun switch for anybody flying. It sounds a little bit more like the Frontier Spirit model, which is literally pay for everything. You have to pay you pay for your ticket, and then you have to pay more to get an actual seat on the plane. It is just one of the oddest ways to buy tickets. But I understand it's not like everybody can just dish out hundreds of dollars for a round-trip flight on a main carrier. Southwest is awesome for that reason. But it sounds like they're about to become a little less awesome, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Well, they're going to join the rest of the airlines that are, charging people and, robbing them for their money on a daily basis.
Good thing you already booked your ticket, Will. God.
Yeah, I know exactly how much it costs for me to fly, and it's straight through. And I'd like to say that Southwest, I love you.
Yeah, you're cool with me.
Yeah,
as
we're
long as you don't
good.
change my prices too bad. As long as my bags can still fly free, we're all good.
I'm going to find whichever is the cheapest spot. So if you stay the cheapest spot, we'll be good. Otherwise, Frontier, Allegiant, Spirit.
That guy's really pissed that's playing for the Lightning right now.
Oh, my goodness. Things
aren't going well for Tampa Bay right now.
Yeah, what is that, a hockey game?
Yeah, they're pretty much getting
Florida Panthers smacking the Lightning 5-1. That's over. And Florida's going to win the series with that win, too. Oh, man. Yeah, airplane drama. It never stops. I was like, God, is there going to be a story today about like another plane being turned around in honor of Roth? Trying to figure out if we would actually do it or not. No, but there is going to be an airline that's charging a ton more money. Not surprised. God. So you guys, I'm assuming you pay probably $150 round trip to Vegas on a Southwest flight. I don't know if you've seen like the miles that it takes, like on an Alaska or like another carrier, but it's actually not too bad to go to Vegas. Like that's the way that I do Vegas.
Vegas is a cheap flight.
Yeah, you can do miles. I've got an Alaska Airlines credit card that I try to put all my purchases on, and essentially all the miles that we get from that we'll use for little trips. And there's really good deals out there for some of the other airlines. So I don't know. Maybe some Southwest customers are gonna have to check that out. I've never flown them, but. Yeah, I've seen the cattle call at the airports, and I feel bad that you guys now have to be a part of that going forward. So enjoy your trip, but just don't punch anybody in the face, Will. Don't do it.
I've never fought anyone on a flight yet.
Yet.
Tiffany Gomez, though. I mean, if you want to ride with us.
Oh, baby. Get some drama in the skies. All right. Oh, man, it's been a fun show today. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
We'll finish up the club with this one.
What we got?
by the way, welcome back. Primetime, 1080 The Fan. Schulte and Rashad Taylor, Will Ortner here for Isaac, Suk, and Buck. All three of them are gone. We're wrapping it up tonight with possible Austin Powers movie sighting on the horizon. What?
Is it Mike Myers playing Austin Powers again, or is it like a reboot type thing?
It would actually be Mike Myers. So this comes from Yahoo. Austin Powers may be awakening from a cryogenic freeze once again. Franchise star Mike Myers teased the possibility of another installment in the series in a recent interview with Entertainment Tonight. When asked if there was another film in the works, he said, "I can neither confirm nor deny the existence or non-existence of such a project." But asked whether he thinks the character has more story to tell, he simply said, "Absolutely." There have been rumblings about this. I would say that there's probably an audience for a fourth Austin Powers, but the last one came out like a decade and a half ago, right? We're talking at least 10 years. And
Goldmember?
Yeah, and we're now in a time where
young Beyonce.
Yeah, that was like 20 years ago.
We're now in a time where those kinds of movies, just because of the raunchiness of it, some of the jokes, some of the crassness, just doesn't hit the same way nowadays. You can't really make them. It's surprising to me that we're even talking about this. I would assume if it does go through, it's going to be made in a different way. And it kind of got me thinking about all the other movies that are just hilarious, but you couldn't make today.
22 years ago, the last Austin Powers was made.
2003?
2002.
I think you could make this movie.
Yeah.
You think so?
I mean, I just think it has to be funny. Like, I think, I'll be real, there's a lot of comedians, a lot of stuff that was funny back then that got away with being funny for being just overly offensive or anything like that. It wasn't funny. It was just like, but now hopefully you've got some writers that are a little smarter about how to write things and everything. So I don't know. I think it could work. I just don't know if I'd need another. Austin Powers was really cool in 1997, 98 when it first came out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think now that a lot of us are older, all of us are older now, like at least 22 years older from the last movie, then I don't know how well that works.
I'll watch it and enjoy it, but most of their best bits were, like he's holding on to Dr. Evil and Dr. Evil's pants fall and I thought you were crazy, but now I just see your nuts. Like, that's funny, right? Like, he sees the guy with the mole and he, guacamole, and he keeps mentioning the mole. Like, I don't think that this is one where you'd have to worry of like, that's not going to fly
There's
anymore.
a lot of innuendo.
Did we like Dumb and Dumber 2?
Dumb and Dumber 2 sucked.
Yeah, that was terrible.
And that's my fear, is that, here's a great franchise, quote unquote, and Austin Powers that you could potentially mess up. Bad Boys 3.